You're listening to The Merry and Bright Mishap, the New Beginnings series, Book 2, written by Christina Ryan, narrated by Kate Clover. Chapter 1. Andi. Mrs. Andi King. That's who I'll be in less than 3 hours. I met the famous rock star Joel King backstage at his concert. There were a few other winners, too, but he talked to me like I was the only person in the room. I drape the pearl-colored scarf across my bare shoulders and study my reflection in the full-length mirror that leans against my bedroom wall. The silky material hangs perfectly over the beaded bodice. "Were you able to get that contract signed?" I asked Julia. "My sister and I started a small photography business last year. It's not brimming with profit yet, but we're hoping that will change in the near future." Julia flips her long blonde hair behind her shoulder as she sits in a chair near the dresser. "I booked them for 2 weeks out." "Thanks, sis. I don't know what I would do without you." Honestly, even though Julia is younger than me, she often comes off as an older sister. She's more grounded and observant, wiser. Julia stands up and comes over to me. I notice she's struggling to walk. I turn to her. "Is your back bothering you more than usual?" "Huh? Oh, no, I'm just being careful with how I move." Julia was born with severe scoliosis, which fused several lumbar and thoracic vertebrae. The congenital issue didn't cause her pain, though, until recently. "What can I do to help?" I ask. "Today is about you. Are you happy?" What Julia means is, am I sure about getting married? I run my fingers along the scarf. I imagine Joel in his bright blue tux, his beautiful dark eyes looking at me so lovingly as I make my way down the gold-colored aisle runner. "You have stars in your eyes," Julia likes to say ever since we got engaged. She thinks I'll wind up like a fish out of water, marrying a billionaire. Because that's exactly what happened to me in the end 3 years ago. A fish who wound up all alone when the man who I thought was serious about us planned a future without me. Starting to wonder if Julia's right. I haven't been able to eat much all week. Joel has been acting a bit distant lately, distracted when we're at home and taking longer than usual to return my calls. Whenever I bring it up, he just says everything is fine. "I will be," I finally say. I hang up the wedding dress in the closet, then put on a pair of jeans and a sweater. I glance at the dress. "I will be," I say quietly to myself. I hope. We head to the kitchen, where I begin to brew some coffee. Julia and I talk for several minutes about some of our latest photos for the business and play around with some new ideas for angles and locations. I pour some coffee into a large red mug and stir a packet of sugar in, thinking about the ceremony. With over 500 people, mostly Joel's people, the ceremony will be too huge to contain indoors. Joel's property has a beautiful backyard on over an acre. A rose-adorned gazebo will await us at the edge of the pond, with white flower beds marking each row of chairs. After I set down a second mug on the counter for Julia, I glance at the framed picture of Joel and me at the beach, balancing each other on his boogie board. We look so happy. I run my fingers along the glass, then gasp as I stare down at my hand. "What's wrong?" Julia asks. "My engagement ring is gone." I dash out of the kitchen past her. In the living room, I crawl on my knees, shuffling through the Christmas wrapping paper, flinging bags of bows and ribbons about, sifting through the piles of tissue paper lying all over the carpet. No engagement ring. I get up and turn toward Julia. "I never take it off. It must have slid off my finger." "We'll find it. I'll check the bedroom and bathroom. Trace your steps back to this morning." I shake my head. a wave of panic coming over me. What if it's gone forever? This morning, I had breakfast in the kitchen. I quickly toss mail aside, scoot dirty dishes into the sink, peek under the coffee maker. My breath catches as I recall how the cream cheese from my bagel got all over my hand at breakfast. I rifle through the trash. A banana peel, cracker wrappers, napkins. Something shiny gleams beside a pile of coffee grounds. "I found it!" I shout, feeling relieved and apprehensive all at once. My hands tremble as I place the ring on the counter, then turn on the faucet. I fill the sink with warm, soapy water, staring at the shiny diamond. It could have been anywhere. Julia joins me. Where was it? I gently scrub the ring with a soft, bristled toothbrush, then set it inside a small condiment cup to let it soak. Do you think it's concerning that I found it in the trash can? She cocks her head. Are you having doubts? I dry the ring with a soft cloth. I noticed it was loose the other day, but I didn't think it would fall off. Wear it on your necklace for now. It'll be safe until you can get it resized. After I slip the chain through the ring, I reclasp it around my neck. The next couple of hours go by in a blur of Julia helping me with my makeup and hair. I still feel like a fish without fins swimming upstream. But once I'm married to Joel, this sense of impending doom will go away, won't it? My heart thumps anxiously. Less than 30 minutes until Daddy gives me away, and my doubts about getting married are stronger than ever. I love Joel, so that's not the problem. Then what is it? The blinding sun pushes through a haze of clouds as I stare out the window of the makeshift bridal suite. Joel had it set up for me. Our mother, wearing her light brown hair with tints of gray high up in a bun, fusses with my veil. Perfect. She steps back. Just like this day. Except for the coming storm, I mutter as I tightly grasp my bouquet. Luxurious white orchids with cascading greenery, combined with red roses and dark yellow lilies. The most expensive kind of orchids, Joel told me when we started putting together everything over the summer. Because you're worth it. He claimed he chose red and yellow, his favorite shades, for the flowers because they complemented both the orchids and my pearl white dress. It's not supposed to rain for another hour, so everything should be fine. Julia adjusts the sleeves of her lavender maid of honor dress, but she's watching me closely, worried about me. Strands of red and gold lights wrap around the ceiling. A sheer golden curtain drapes over a long antique table like the veil of a queen. I'm about to be the wife of a celebrity, practically royalty. The envy of thousands of women, but all I can feel is uncertainty. Julia shuffles down the short hallway and cracks open the door to the backyard. The excited voices of the guests are jarring as they clash with the overly strong smell of jasmine from the orchids. How many people showed? I ask as Julia returns. Her eyebrows raise as she quietly shuts the door. Everyone? Do you want another cracker? I don't know if I'll be able to keep it down. How about some water? No. Julia looks at me, her forehead strained. You positive you want to go through with this? She lowers her voice as our mother busies herself on her phone just out of earshot. It's not too late to back out. If our parents knew how nervous I was, they would be fretting over it, asking what they could do. I have no idea how I'd even answer that. I swallow hard. I don't know why I'm so anxious. Someone softly knocks. Julia lets Daddy in. He halts when he sees me. His bright blue eyes flash with surprise. You look beautiful, Andi. Normally, I would smile at the remark, but I feel like I'm balancing on that boogie board again, about to fall into the ocean. Ready? He offers me his elbow. He looks so nice in his dark suit. It complements his broad shoulders and tall height. I exhale as I loop my arm through his. Daddy throws me a grin, mistaking my silence for nervousness instead of doubt. Mom kisses my cheek and follows Julia, who leads the way down the hall and opens the door. I freeze. Julia didn't exaggerate. Everyone showed. All 572 guests from the looks of it. Light chatter stretches across the long aisle. The rose-covered gazebo awaits me several yards down. Julia hesitates, then turns around. What? I say. Joel's not up there yet. I think we're a little early. She lets the door fall softly shut, then glances at my hands. Oh, you forgot your bouquet. I'll get it. She takes off. My pulse throbs in my neck. What am I doing? Nothing is going right. Does Joel feel anxious too? Is that why he's been distant? Or am I just making things bigger than they actually are? Julia returns empty-handed a moment later, her face tense. Where's the bouquet? I ask. She bites her lip. Daddy lets go of me. What is it, Julia? Just come back to the room. My heart shoots up like a rocket taking off. Why won't Julia say what's wrong? Back inside the dressing room, my sister nods at my phone, which lies atop the dresser. You have a message from Joel? It went off when I was in here. I couldn't help but notice. It's clear she doesn't want to finish that sentence. My pulse increases. I step over to the dresser and pick up the phone. My breath hitches as I stare at the cruel jumble of words on the screen. I'm not going to be there. The wedding is off. Chapter 2. Andi. I can't even go back to my own condo because the nosy paparazzi are there. As if this day couldn't get any worse. My heart feels like it's crumbling. Why would Joel stand me up? You can stay here with me, Julia says. I squeeze my hands together. I feel like such a fool. Joel won't answer my calls or texts, and all his groomsmen will tell me is that he wasn't going to make it. That's it. No reason given, just, sorry guys, I won't be there. Daddy shakes his head. This is unbelievable. Andi has us. That's all that matters. Mom takes my hand. You sure there's nothing else we can do before we leave? I'm sure. I hug them both as they head out. I love you. You're better off without him, Julia says after they're gone. At least you're not caught up in that Hollywood nonsense anymore. We'll celebrate life without that jerk. The colorful Christmas lights around Julia's window twinkle, but I don't feel any of the joy I always associate with the holiday. I just feel blindsided and totally confused. It's nearing midnight, and all I've been able to do is replay the afternoon. How could he do this to me? Call off the wedding via text? I say as we sit on the couch. Why won't he just tell me why? At least I would have some sort of closure. I'm so sorry, Andi. You don't deserve this. I blow out a long breath. I should have listened to you. Julia puts her hand over mine. It's not your fault. Something was nagging at me, Julia. Joel said everything was fine, but he didn't act like it. Wouldn't make direct eye contact, was spending more time with his friends. Now I know why. Julia shakes her head, her brows tightening. You need to think about you, not about what that fool did to you. Since when is the younger sibling supposed to be wiser? I have Weston to thank for that. Julia's face falls a little. Her ex, Weston, broke her heart 2 years ago when they were seniors. She hasn't shown interest in anybody since. Her wound still seems fresh. She sips on her tea, then sets the glass on the small coffee table. Believe me, guys like that aren't worth a second glance. Don't let him steal another moment of your happiness. I turn my attention to the far wall. Unlike my fake snow tree, Julia's Christmas tree is real. Pine needles scatter across the carpet. Strands of white lights blink around the branches. A large star topper sparkles at the top. Irritation tugs at me. This was supposed to be Joel's and my first Christmas as a family. We were going to split the day between our relatives, my parents and Julia in the morning, and his parents in the afternoon. The signs were there, as bright as the tree lights. Why did I ignore them? You were right all along. I did have stars in my eyes. Julia twists toward me. Joel's choice is not your fault. It's his. Don't ever take the blame. You believed in his love and he let you down. Yeah. I rub my eyes. I know she's right, but it doesn't make you feel any better. I think I just need a good night's sleep. She squeezes my hand. You'll feel better in the morning. My mouth falls open as I stare at the walkway leading up to the door of my condo the next morning. A substantial group of photographers are patiently awaiting my appearance. Unbelievable. Julia shifts out of the parking lot and heads to the freeway before we are spotted. I watch the blur of trees pass by, the familiar structures of the donut shop, gas station, and a McDonald's. Everything's the same but me. It's all so depressing. If I stay here, I'll just be reminded of what was supposed to be. Or the fact that I can't even go back to my own place. I need to get away, Julia. Clear my head. Julia nods. Get away for one. You'll leave tonight. I know the perfect place. Daddy's resort. I stare at her. The mountains? I haven't been there in over a year. I look behind us to where my car is parked. But what about my car? The vultures will probably be there all day. Use mine. You're all packed for the honeymoon already. I'll just be catching up on some TV shows this weekend. If I need to go anywhere, Mom will come get me. Are you sure? I don't want to inconvenience you. Pfft, this might be your last chance to enjoy it. Julia reminds me as we get on the freeway. There hasn't been much profit since the beginning of the year, and a lot of money went to fixing some of the repairs. Due to Daddy defaulting on the loan almost 4 months ago, the resort will go into foreclosure if something doesn't change soon. My heart squeezes with nostalgia. Julia and I spent a lot of our weekends up there, playing in the forest. Sometimes Daddy took time out, helping us learn how to run a business. I call the front desk. As expected, there's a vacancy. I book it for tonight through the weekend. Single on my honeymoon. What's sadder than that? Well, off I go to enjoy a getaway for one. I give a small laugh. You didn't get the wedding of your dreams, Julia says in her most encouraging voice as we reach her exit. But that doesn't mean you can't find a new beginning. Isolation hits me as I begin my drive up the mountain. I'm over an hour away from the presence of my family, with my thoughts the only thing to comfort me. Today is so clear. I can see all the way to Catalina Island, where I wanted to take my honeymoon. Joel thought going to a tropical island was better suitable instead. Just not with me. 45 minutes later, I pull into the small parking lot of Hilltop Retreat Resort and stare around the rundown 10-cabin lodging. My heart grows heavy at the fading memory of better times. Our father inherited the resort from his father when he passed away a while back. It's been much harder to keep up with it than we anticipated. Julia and I have contributed as much as we can from our own money, but it's still not enough. Joel knew about Daddy's struggle, but he never seemed to care about it. He'd changed the subject when I mentioned it. That should have been the most glaring sign of all that Joel wasn't committed to me. Nope, not wasting my time dwelling on Joel, I tell myself firmly, hoping my heart will follow. With the lodging containing just the basics, it doesn't get as busy as nearby neighbors, and expensive repairs and features in need of updating don't help. When he was a kid, Daddy used to come here with his dad to help clean the rooms and greet incoming guests. I can't imagine him losing this place. I slip on my incognito sunglasses as I get out of Julia's car. Being engaged to a rock star meant paparazzi managed to snap pictures of me. My face is plastered in gossip magazines and tabloids. Only a handful of people mill about outside. Thankfully, no one pays me any mind. Most reporters won't go out of their way to travel up this far. In December, the quaint place reaches freezing temperatures, but it doesn't get much snow at this lower elevation. Hiking trails and streams encircle the 12-acre property, a good setting to relax. Exactly what I need. The late afternoon sun shines high between the Douglas firs. A wintry chill prickles my skin. I hurry to my destination, a secluded rustic cottage, and let myself in. I take the familiar place in. It's cozy with a welcoming floral scent. A gas fireplace is nestled in the sitting room. Daddy had them installed when he took over. It feels like a second home to me. Tears curl in the corner of my eyes. I feel so content being here again. I hope this won't be the last time I get to enjoy it. I unpack my suitcase and stare out through the small square window. The stream across the way reflects the sunlight, looking serene. My body begins to relax. A yawn hits me as my eyes water. I'll just take a short nap before dinner. I wake up to something wrapped around my leg. I bend my knee, but it holds on tightly. A snake! Jerking upward, I kick it with the other leg. No! Scoot! Get! Do snakes even respond to such commands? My heart threatening to launch out of its chest, I lean over and heave the thing off me. The sheets simply bunch up into a twisted pile. Frowning, I halt my frantic movements and stare down at the bed. The wave of panic begins to subside. I'm not being attacked. My leg merely got caught in the sheet. Oh, right. I was dreaming. I laugh, feeling silly. The weird nightmare rushes back to me. I was running to the altar, but Joel wasn't there, and all the guests kept throwing bright pink petals at me. Shoving the stupid dream away, I unravel myself and pick up my phone. There's a text from Julia marked, "Urgent. Call me." "It's bad," Julia says without even a hello as she answers the phone. My heart flips, like things could be any worse. Now what? Do a search on Joel King. I groan. Local journalists have likely caught wind of the rock star king and his canceled wedding. How did they spin it? Wedding called off by groom? No, that would make him look bad. Probably Joel King loses his queen on wedding day, or something equally shallow. I type in his name, then freeze as the headlines splash across the screen. A Vegas wedding for the king. A new bride for Joel King. Rockstar Joel King finds a new gig Vegas style. Beneath the captions are Joel with some bronzed woman I've never seen before. The crumbling pieces of my heart get swept up into a ball of fire. A flash of Joel preoccupied on his phone during some of our recent dinners together now take on a whole new meaning. Well, now I know why he really couldn't make it, I utter. I'm so sorry, Andi. I'm not. I close out the browser, my voice cracking. He duped me, but at least I'm free from living a lie. I know you don't feel okay yet, but you will, with time. I'll call you later, Julia promises. I stare around the cabin, remembering how Julia and I helped Daddy make the beds and wipe down the counters for the next guest. My chest feels heavy. The reality of him losing what he's worked so hard for is starting to make me feel claustrophobic. Getting out of this small space will do me good. Eating a decent meal will help me too, and there's a nice upscale restaurant right across the street. I slip into my best dress, a black strapless gown that I got at a deep discount from the department store, and drape the black sequined cardigan over my shoulders. At the bathroom mirror, I apply cherry red lipstick and a deep red blush. With a curling iron, I twist my blonde hair into loose ringlets. I won't play the part of a jilted bride. After sliding on my trusty shades and donning my winter coat, I cross the street to the restaurant. Sparkling white lights and shiny red bells decorate the outside. Christmas jazz music greets me as I step inside the heated place. I slip out of my coat as the hostess welcomes me and request a table for one. She scans the festive dining room, replete with many holiday trees covered in colorful ornaments. Red and gold streamers are draped across the ceiling beams. The place is home to a mix of approximately 20 tables and booths. She turns back toward me. We only have seating at the bar right now. Would that be okay? Sure enough, nearly every table is occupied by a couple. Some are kissing, others hold hands. Perfect, I tell the hostess as I quickly return my gaze to her. She places the menu on the end of the bar. Enjoy. I thank her as I slip my coat over the back of the bar stool. I take off my glasses and stick my head in the menu. I feel myself practically drool as I read the description of the steak. Oh my gosh, there she is! A young woman calls out to someone. Oh, I thought that was her. I can't believe she's here. An equally excited woman replies. I turn my head toward the enthusiastic voices. Several guests have rotated in their seats and are all staring my way. Oh no. I swivel back around and bury my head back in the menu. Whispering reaches my ears from close by. Keeping as still as possible, I pray that everyone just goes back to their nice dinners. A bright light suddenly flickers to my right. I slowly pull down the menu to see the young couple is now standing at the end of the bar. A flash forces me to shut my eyes. I quickly turn away and slouch deeper into my seat, my body tensing. No pictures. I'm going to ask you to leave, the hostess says. The couple moans and protests, but the manager arrives and ushers them through the exit. Tension slowly leaves my body. What can I get you? I look up to see a middle-aged bartender standing in front of me. I give him my order, the steak and potato entree, and request a tall glass of iced tea. After he brings me my drink, I swivel to my right. A sharp, quick pain hits my chest. Beneath the twinkling, merry lights, he's standing with his legs slightly apart, projecting the confidence he's always carried. Devin Pierce, the first man who broke my heart. Chapter 3. Devin. Time stops as I spot Andi across the room. "Good evening, sir. Were you meeting someone here?" the hostess asks. I blink. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or maybe it's the lighting. That woman can't be Andi. It must be another blonde who resembles her. "Sir?" I turn to the hostess. "Oh, no, I just need a table for one." The hostess consults a chart. The blonde says something to the bartender, then suddenly looks in my direction. My breath slingshots into my throat. No trick. It's really her. Andi turns back to the bartender. Her lips curl upward in that endearing way I recall so well. "We don't have any tables left," the hostess tells me. "I can seat you at the bar." Okay. She leads me past a few tables, then stops at the bar stool to the right of Andi. My pulse drives up a notch. I never thought I would be this close to her again. "Enjoy your meal," the hostess says. I take my seat and open the menu, but I don't look at it. Andi always looked so happy in all those magazines with her arms flung around Joel's shoulders, or gazing dreamily into his eyes. It hurt to look at them together, but I tortured myself anyway. I knew one day Andi would find someone. I just hoped, selfishly, that it would be me. But this morning's headlines tell a different story. Instead of marrying Andi, the jerk eloped with another woman. Anger sizzles in my gut. How could he treat her like that? Now her focus is on the big screen TV at the back of the bar. I let the menu shut. Hark, the Herald Angels Sing begins to play. "Hi, Andi," I say as my heart thrums nervously. Her head angles slightly toward me. In all those tabloids, she looked stunning, like a superstar. But up close, Andi looks more beautiful than the photographers could ever make her. Those bright blue eyes I once stared into for countless hours still stop my heart. Suddenly I am yanked back to 4 years ago, to the day we fell in love. Whoa, what am I doing? Snap out of it. That was a long time ago. It's over, just like her engagement. "Hi, Devin." She sounds surprised to see me, but I can't tell if it's in a good way. What do you say to your ex, who was not just dumped at the altar, but whose broken engagement is splashed all over the media? "I'm sorry about what happened to you." Her lips bunch up. "Yeah. Is there anything I can do? Like a one-way ticket to a hospital stay, a smear campaign of shocking rumors, or maybe a disappearing rock star magic act?" "No." Are you okay?" Did I seriously just ask her that? Of course she's not okay, you nitwit. "I'm humiliated," she says quietly. Empathy rises into my chest. "I'm sorry. That was a stupid question," I say, wishing there was something more I could do. "So am I." She presses her lips tightly together as she clasps her hands on the bar. "Good job, moron. She probably came up here to get away from the news, and all I'm doing is bringing it up." My stomach rumbles, and I pull my attention to the list of entrees. They have a generous seafood selection, but it's the steak that makes my mouth water. I give the bartender my order. He brings me my requested cup of black coffee a moment later. Andi sips from her straw. I'm still mesmerized by the familiar details of her face. The soft curve of her neckline, her heart-shaped lips. She's more breathtaking than before. And there's something in her composure I don't remember. She looks poised, confident. A frenzy of butterflies twists in my stomach. I imagined how the conversation would go, should we ever cross paths again. I had it perfectly planned out. I pictured the standard, "Hi, how are you?" followed by a brief exchange about work and personal life. I certainly never imagined running into her in a situation like this, and I'm not sure what to do. I don't know exactly what happened back then. One minute we were completely happy. The next, she left. The only thing she would tell me was that we weren't compatible. She clearly has nothing to say to me. Maybe there isn't anything left to say. Maybe that's why she left. I just wish I knew why. I should probably get up and walk out the door and never look back. Pretend I never noticed her. Forget she ever existed. It would certainly be easier that way. Andi suddenly spins toward me. The red gold lights sway overhead, sending a sparkle in her eyes. She watches me as though she's trying to figure something out. "Devin, what are you doing here?" She asks with what sounds like confusion or curiosity. I can't tell which. As soon as I heard she was engaged, I accepted the fact that I finally needed to let go of what we once had. When their December wedding was announced in the papers, I couldn't think of a better place to let go than where we started. Hilltop Retreat. I'm on vacation, mostly. Arrived a few days ago. But now that her circumstances have abruptly changed, now that we've actually seen each other, I'm not sure how to say goodbye. Andi turns away and stirs the straw around her iced tea. Jingle Bells plays overhead as the bartender sets down a plate in front of her. It's the same exact entree I ordered. I smile. Remember how we used to always order the same thing off the menu? Andi stops stirring. Are you staying at my father's resort? It sounds less like a question and more like an accusation. Yes. Andi picks up her fork and knife and proceeds to cut into the steak. Rapid sawing, swift slices. The tines of the fork screech across the porcelain as she shoves the meat into the peppercorn sauce. My smile drops. I didn't know you would be here, Andi. If it's too uncomfortable, I can leave. Her hand jerks and the knife clatters onto the plate as she faces me. I don't expect you to factor my life into your decisions. It feels like the steak knife is nicking the edge of my heart. The bartender brings me my dinner. Here you go. Can I get you anything else? I pull out my wallet. I'll take it to go and meet you at the hostess stand. I hand him enough money to cover the meal, plus a generous tip. He picks the plate back up, a confused frown wrinkling his forehead. Oh, sure, no problem. Inadvertently, I glance Andi's way. She's motionless, her fork hovering over the potato. Dashing through the snow, the song continues. I shove the wallet back into my jacket pocket and make my way to the hostess stand. A moment later, with my bagged dinner, I step outside. A single snowflake nips at my nose. The temperature has dropped several degrees. I bury my chin into the collar of my jacket, feeling the shock of fresh air hit my lungs. The cold breeze sweeps across the path in front of me, scattering twigs and Douglas fir needles. Muffled lyrics drift through the door. Over the hills we go, laughing all the way. I release a long breath as the pinch of the knife eases. The echoes of the past surround me, literally, and their memory still makes a home in my heart. Andy's father's resort isn't just where Andi and her sister share a lot of fond memories. It's also where Andi and I shared our first kiss. Chapter 4. Andi. You won't believe who I just ran into. I'm on the phone with Julia as soon as I step inside the cabin. Who? Devin. What's he doing here? As if what just happened wasn't enough? I hate to say this. Julia sounds hesitant. But there's more news. It just got plastered all over social media. I drop the coat on the bed. What did? Minutes later, I'm blanching at the headlines. No wedding for the queen. Jilted bride. Snapshots of me at the bar peeking over the menu. My distinct blonde curls as I turn away from the camera, which happens to catch my look of awkwardness. That stupid couple! They sold my pictures to the paparazzi? Another shot of me gripping the bar, my mouth open in surprise right next to pictures of the Vegas wedding with the caption, Joel King finds new love. I huff. Joel's probably having a good laugh. He is accustomed to this kind of flashy life. He knew exactly what he was doing when he left me at the altar. What can I do? Is there anything I can do? I stick my hand on my hip and exhale. And Devin? Of all times and places, why did he have to show up? It's like a reminder of how much of a travesty my love life is. No, sis. Joel does not get to define your love life. And Devin, I give a half-sarcastic laugh, is history. Andi, why don't you... I made it clear to him I had no interest in talking to him. The hurt look on his face scrapes against my conscience. Take a deep breath. I do. Twice. But the tune of Jingle Bells keeps replaying in my head. Devin and I giggle as we slide down the snowy hill, the happy song playing on his phone. I clamp my hands over my ears, but of course that doesn't stop the music. You want me to come up there? Julia asks. I drop my hands. No, I'll be fine. Eventually. Try to relax. Enjoy your getaway. I let out a heavy sigh. I'll work on it. After we end the call, a notification from the weather app pops up on my phone's screen. A blizzard? You've got to be kidding me. The forecast called for some light snow, not a blizzard. I groan. I am so not ready for this. I'll need gloves, a scarf, a pair of long johns. At least the shops are right across the street. After pulling on my coat, I don a forest green cap, tucking my curls inside and a different set of sunglasses for disguise in case I run into more dim-witted King fans. For extra good measure, I scrub off the bright red lipstick and dark blush, then apply a light pink gloss to my lips to draw even less attention to myself. When I step foot outside, I'm stopped by the scenery. There were a few tiny snowflakes after dinner, but now a blanket of snow surrounds the edge of the stream. Underneath the bright white sky, large snowflakes hastily float about and create a curtain around me. There must be 2 inches on the ground. My hands and face already feel like they're inside an icebox. Bracing myself against a bitter wind that stirs up a large swirl of flakes, I hurry across the frosted grounds toward the gift shops. As I sprint inside the first store, a blast of heat instantly hits me in the face. Cheery Christmas music explodes through the speakers. The store is huge, catering to every winter wish imaginable, from sleds and Christmas decor to toys, snacks, travel items, magazines and books, puzzles, and, of course, the standard winter gear. I scan the left side of the place and spot a section full of outdoor apparel. It looks like the entire community is here, all with the same need for this unplanned event. Rubbing my frozen hands together, I make my way toward the back. A shelf of wool caps catches my attention, and next to them is a large selection of thick gloves and scarves. I search through the assortment of ladies' winterwear, picking my way through several stacks that have been laid out on a tiered shelf. My hand stops on a red pair of gloves as I spot Devin sifting through a rack of winter coats a short distance behind the checkout counter. "Great," I mumble. "If I can just get what I need in a hurry, he won't spot me. No need to spaz out." In the small mirror mounted on the wall, I barely recognize myself. Not a single strand of hair peeks out of the hat, and only my cheeks and chin are visible. Good. I should be able to get what I need and make my escape without him noticing. Swiping the gloves and a matching scarf, along with some black long johns, I hurry past Devin to the counter. Two teenaged girls chat as they wait behind an older man. The cashier is an elderly woman with a friendly face. "How is Ethel?" she asks the man as he approaches the register. "Oh, she's good." I flick my attention across the room. Devin has moved to another rack, closer to the checkout. My heart bounces like one of those small rubber balls. "I just love that woman. She's always baking something delicious." The cashier laughs, but it sounds not unlike the hee-haw of a donkey. "Does she still make those peanut butter cookies? I tell you, her desserts are hands down the best I have ever had." Devin looks in my direction. I snap my head away. "Well, that's nothing," the man says. "Have you ever tried those popcorn candy balls?" The cashier's hands flutter to her chest like a frantic pair of butterflies. "My goodness, I'm going to overdose on sugar, I tell you." "Please catch up later. Can't you sense my desperation to get out of here ASAP?" Jiggling my legs, I carefully glance once more to see Devin is slowly moving around the rack. Terrific. Now he has a better view of me. Best not to make any eye contact and give myself away. With any luck, he's just assuming I'm some stranger. The cashier laughs. Beep goes her scan gun as she rings up another item. "You tell Ethel she must come visit soon. I have so many requests." The two teens move up, wielding armfuls of stuff. Miss Chatty Cathy strikes up another conversation about the weather, going on about how this hasn't happened in forever. I'm never getting out of here. From my peripheral view, I see Devin has returned to the coat rack, hangers clinking as he flips through them. He strokes the side of a tan coat. My heart beats in rhythm to Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree as it blasts through all the speakers. "It's so good," one of the girls is saying. "You have to see it." "I don't know if I can handle all those car chases," Kathy jokes as she sticks a large plush Rudolph into a plastic bag. 5 minutes feels like 50 as Kathy shares her critique of yet another film. Finally, it's my turn to check out. I am extra careful to utter nothing more than hello and thank you. I don't miss the suspicious look pasted on her face, like it's criminal to not be talkative. After she wishes me a Merry Christmas and hands me my bag, I hurry to the exit, glancing behind me. No sign of Devin. He must have already left. Good. Now I can get back to my cabin and snuggle under the blankets on the couch as I watch holiday movies. I'm sure he didn't notice me anyway. I don't know what I got so anxious about. Laughing, I swivel back around and my shoulder smacks a man's chest, sending my sunglasses tumbling to the floor. The man grunts. "Oh, sir, are you okay?" I sputter as I look up. A blush creeps up my neck. "Devin? Andi." He sounds appropriately surprised to see me. So much for my genius disguise. "Are you okay?" he asks, sounding concerned. No. Yes. He bends down to retrieve my glasses, then hands them to me. Thank you. I quickly take them and shove them back over my eyes. At least I can hide my embarrassment. I forgot my wallet at the register. Devin stares at my hands. Do you have gloves? It's gotten really cold out there. Sure do. I hold up the bag, feeling my face radiating heat. Well, if you'll excuse me. I push past him impatiently. Why does every conversation with Devin turn me into a human combustion engine? I'm practically Santa's personal space heater. Frosty air smacks me as I step outside, giving my face a winter vacation. I toss the scarf around my neck, then reach for the gloves. I slide my hand into the first glove and manage to secure it over the tops of my fingers, but I can't get the glove to budge anymore. They can't be frozen solid already, can they? I twist and pull with no success. Maybe a loose thread got snagged or something? Puffing out white plumes of smoke, my teeth clacking together, I slide my hand out of the glove. As I peer down, my eyes practically freeze open. The label reads toddler size 2 to 4. Chapter 5. Devin. Andi pushes the door of the store open. Her bag swings against her arm as she makes a beeline toward the register. The cashier hands me my wallet. Here you go, sir, and let me know if you change your mind about that coat. It's only going to get colder tonight. Thank you. I turn to see Andi's cheeks are rosy from the outdoors, complementing the beautiful hue of her lips. I force my attention back to my phone, where I check the road conditions. Did you forget something, too? The cashier says. I need adult gloves, please. Andi is holding up a child's pair of red gloves. The cashier chuckles. I can definitely do something about that. Come this way. The Caltrans website shows that Chain's checkpoints are already set up near the bottom of the hill. The blizzard is expected within the hour. I'll definitely need that coat. A text pops up. My sister, Cassie. How is Andi holding up? As good as can be, I guess. You said she's all alone, right? Do you think she's open to talking to you? Andi is picking up a pair of bright red gloves. Her cheeks are still flushed, complementing the silver tint of her glasses. Paired with her matching green sweater and hat, she's like a splash of Christmas. Our only Christmas together rushes back to me. We're snuggling near the wood-burning fireplace in a giant beanbag. The smell of peppermint candy canes and the cinnamon ginger sweet scent of Cassie's homemade gingerbread cookies linger in the air. Cassie and our parents have gone to bed for the night. It's only Andi and me cherishing the holiday and discussing our shared dreams to be a family someday. I shoot off a text to my sister. She isn't happy to see me, Cass. I don't think talking to her would help. Cassie is quick to respond. What kind of man doesn't show up to his own wedding and then turns around to marry someone else? The worst kind of man. I'm sure she could use somebody like you right now. Somebody who really cares. I don't answer right away. Devin, this isn't like the thing I had with Brandon. That guy couldn't figure out his own neighborhood without written directions. I smirk. Cassie's ex was a bit immature. Don't ignore me, bro. Andi clearly still desires a commitment. She just got engaged to the wrong guy. I quickly type back. Hold the reins there, sis. Why are you jumping to... But her text comes through before I can get mine sent. Okay, I went too far with the last message. What I mean to say is that you still care for her. I know how hard that is for my sister to say. She hasn't had the best luck with relationships. She doesn't say it, but I don't think John ever made her feel special. Unfortunately, I'm not sure me caring for Andi will be enough. I need to get some things before the storm breaks. Talk to you later. I return to the coat rack and select a long, thick coat, then head to the toddler toys. It's hard to choose. I'm sure Elena would like them all, but she does want to learn how to ice skate. I can imagine the delighted look on her face Christmas morning. The cashier picks up Andi's gloves as I get into line. Oh, a great choice. You notice they have a sparkle to them? Oh, no, I didn't. Andi glances around the store nervously. She's probably worried someone will recognize her again. The cashier hands Andi a bag and her receipt. Merry Christmas, young lady. May your days be as bright as your outfit. She clasps the bag to her chest and hurries to the exit. I step up to the counter and set down my items. Young man, you do realize these are not adult size, right? The older woman wears an expression of concern as she picks up the skates. I couldn't help a small laugh. Oh, of course. She exhales dramatically and lays a hand at the base of her neck, as if a Christmas ham had been resting there. Oh, thank goodness. I just had to make sure you didn't make the same mistake as that young lady. It's a gift for my... She disappears behind the counter, then pops up holding a satin green box with a bright red ribbon. As fast as one of Santa's elves, she bundles the skates in white tissue paper and slips them inside. After thanking her, I head outside. Snow is coming down so hard it looks like Rudolph and the other reindeer dusted their feet off the North Pole. I start the short trek, pulling my long coat tighter around me. A sudden yelp causes me to snap my head up. Andi is lying in the snow up ahead. I quicken my pace, carefully sidestepping icy patches. Her scarf and hat have landed beside her. She blinks at me in confusion, like I might be Santa Claus himself. I reach my hand down toward her. She takes it as I carefully help her to her feet. Are you okay? I ask as she brushes snow off her pants. I slipped on some ice. Her cheeks and nose have turned rosy pink. I feel her trembling beneath me. I want to hold her close. We should get you to somewhere warm, I say, forcing myself away from those forbidden feelings. The restaurant is pretty close. We're inside a few minutes later. Table for two? The hostess asks as she approaches us. I shake my head. Just warming up. She nods and returns to her station. How are the gloves working out? I ask Andi. Her lip twitches. They don't grip well if you fall. Her eyes drift to the box. What did you get? I lift the lid to show her. Her brow crinkles. You didn't make the same mistake I did and get the wrong size, did you? I chuckle as I slide the lid back on. Oh no, these are for Elena. Elena? Yes, she's almost 4. We're planning... I'm going to get some hot chocolate. She abruptly stalks over to the bar. Cassie is wrong. Andi has made it undeniably clear she wants nothing to do with me. Again. Chapter 6. Andi. I can't believe I talked to him again. I slap my forehead as I pace back and forth in my cabin bedroom. I'm so stupid, Julia. Okay, just breathe. Julia's calming voice floats through the phone. I stop to draw in a long breath and slowly let it out. Now, what happened? Did he regret his decision and now he's crawling back to you? Julia says. I frown. Why would he do that? Because he's an entitled rock star. Not Joel, Devin. Oh. Julia's surprised response reinforces how annoyed I am with myself. You don't still have feelings for him, do you? I grumble. How did the tiniest sliver of what I once felt for Devin creep in? I resume my pace at a faster speed. At least he's married now and has a child. That helped me come back to my senses. And I literally was just left at the altar. Talk about superficial. No. I can picture Julia literally putting her foot down. Don't ever talk like that about yourself. You sensed something wasn't right about Joel. It just took you until the wedding day to accept it. That relationship was empty, cheap, shallow. He totally proved that yesterday. Yeah, I mumble. See, I am a fool. The last thing I need is to be reminded of another rich guy who broke my heart. Stop that, Julia chastises. You trusted Joel. You didn't want to believe, I snort. Like I didn't want to believe Devin would let me go? I sigh. I haven't even gotten to the worst part. The worst part? He's staying at Daddy's resort. Oh, exactly. Julia sighs. Oh, Andi, I wish I could come up, but the roads are horrible due to the blizzard. And even if I had chains, I wouldn't know how to use them. Is it just me, or do these weather patterns seem intentionally symbolic of my disasters in romance? I mutter, growing frustrated both at myself for having any romantic feelings for Devin and at him for being here. My holiday wish was a silent night. Instead, I got signed up to be haunted by the ghost of Christmas past. The sun will shine again. Okay, that sounded pretty cheesy, didn't it? Julia says, and we both laugh. Beads of sweat prickle my nose as my face heats. Oh, right, I'm still wearing my coat. I bring my frenzied pace to a halt and take it off as I ask Julia about her doctor's appointment. I had to cancel it. I toss the coat to the bed. What? Why? They said you were a suitable candidate for the spinal fusion surgery. Julia sighs. I am. There's only one problem. It's unaffordable. I drop into the chair near the dresser. Well, how much is it? A little tune to $100,000. A gust of wind whistles outside, as if pronouncing the shock of that fact, and a chill raises gooseflesh on my arms. Whoa, what about self-employed insurance? Between $500 and $1,000 a month. Closer on the higher end, given my pre-existing conditions and a nearly $5,000 deductible. I can't afford that, and I definitely can't afford the 50% copay. My heart hurts for my sister. We'll find a way to pay for the procedure. Somehow, some way. I say with confidence, desperately hoping we can grow our photography portfolio in a big way soon. So, did you get to meet Devin's family? No. I rise and head to the fireplace to turn it on. Aren't they with him? I don't think so. I move aside the protective screen and wave my hands near the glass plate to warm them. He said he was here on vacation. I frown, pondering Julia's questions, though why he came here without his family is beyond me. Don't worry about it. Just stop thinking about him and enjoy yourself up there. Catch up on some of your TV shows. Do the stuff you haven't been able to do in a while. That actually sounds really nice. Thanks for calming me down. She laughs. Anytime. I shiver. It's getting colder by the minute. I pull on a long-sleeved shirt and thick sweater, slide into my new long johns, and pull my jeans over them. As I pick up the TV remote, a loud clap of thunder booms just outside. I jump, dropping the remote on the floor. Oh my gosh! I laugh and gasp simultaneously. Thunder during a blizzard? Is that even a thing? I swipe the remote, then hover my finger over the power button. Wham! Crack! An enormous thundering noise splits the air. The windows in the living room splinter, sending jagged fragments of glass into the lodging. I shriek and race outside. My heart vibrates in my ears as I twist my head to peer up. Oh my gosh! A giant cedar tree has collapsed onto the roof, its heavy branches splayed over the edge. I lock up and carefully hike across the snowy landscape to the front desk, practically blinded by the falling curtain of snow. The newer receptionist, a young, perky blonde named Erin, greets me with a large smile. Hi, Miss Klein. So good to see you. It's been a while. Erin, I'm staying in number 1, and a tree just crashed on the roof and shattered some of the windows. Her forehead shoots up in alarm. Oh my gosh! I slip off my coat and cap as the heat from inside the office pummels me. I need you to have Charlie get maintenance out there to board things up, then reach out to a contractor about the tree. She immediately calls for help as I tell Daddy to reach out to the insurance company. Erin hangs up a few minutes later. A couple of maintenance workers are headed there now to cover the windows. I'll schedule a contractor to remove the tree as soon as weather permits. Great. I just need another room ASAP. They're all full. My body tenses. Isn't there another hotel nearby with vacancies? Erin's face falls. All traces of her innate perkiness erase. We had an unusually high demand for rooms this week due to the expected perfect weather for outdoor activities. I've already reached out to the other resorts in the area. Unfortunately, all rooms have been booked. I blow out a heavy breath. I don't know which feeling is worse right now. The fact that there are no vacancies or that there is yet another unaffordable expense. I feel like I'm in one of those snow globes being shaken up with dizzying snow spinning all around me. What am I supposed to do? I ask more to myself than Erin. A gust of cold air sweeps in as the door opens behind me. Sir, may I help you? Erin looks past me. I heard the tree crashing into one of your cabins. Has someone been called? Can I help in any way? The sound of Devin's voice causes me to turn, then wince. Concern washes over his face as he turns his attention to me. Everything is being taken care of, Erin says with a confidence I'm impressed by. Do you have somewhere to stay? Devin says. The overhead light catches the red tints in his chestnut-colored hair. A flash of me running my hand through his thick hair pops into my head. I quickly switch off the memory. No, I say, seriously considering staying in Julia's car. I have plenty of room, he says sheepishly. I fold my arms. I hardly think that's appropriate given the fact you're married. A look of confusion settles on his features. I'm not married. Huh? I never thought Devin would have a child out of wedlock, much less give himself away without being married. I mean, that's not at all like the Devin I dated. Who am I kidding? A lot can happen in 3 years. I almost wound up being married to an unfaithful celebrity, and I'm sure there have been plenty of women in Devin's life since I left. A handsome, smart, caring, eligible bachelor. Who wouldn't want someone like that? My brow furrows. Me, that's who. I shake my head, silently chastising myself, and instantly regret the move. They're both staring at me. Aaron is wearing a wide-eyed expression, clearly hoping I will take the bait to stay at Devin's cabin for the night. Despite how tempting an overnight stay in a vehicle sounds right now, I can imagine the next round of headlines. Joel King's jilted bride found in car, mistaken for an ice sculpture. I bite my lip and my pride. I'll take you up on that offer. Tugging my cap and coat back on, I shove half of my face under the scarf and follow Devin outside. A bitter, cold wind moans through the trees, dumping large snowflakes to the ground. The wind has grown fiercer, and its blustery air encircles me like Dorothy's tornado. Pushing myself against the powerful force, I ponder what Devin thinks about the jilted bride. That I was a blind fool? Does he have pity on me? Who cares what Devin Pierce thinks? He sure didn't care when he decided to change things between us years ago. Besides, he got his dream of a family. Well, sort of. He has a little girl now. At least some things worked out for one of us. I huff, rings of winter air floating before me as a cold breeze pummels my neck. Drawing my coat tighter against me, I quicken my steps. We scurry against the snowy gale as it howls like a baying wolf. What's Elena's mom like? Who? Elena, your daughter. Is her mom nice? Elena's mom? Oh, Elena isn't my daughter. She's my niece. Devin is single and he doesn't have a child? I stumble forward and plow right into a pile of snow. Devin's hand is immediately on my arm, helping me to my feet. You okay? I glance up at him, one of my hairs breaking loose from the cap and whipping across my forehead. I try to take a step, but I can't move. I shuffle my boot back and forth in the snow, but it refuses to work loose. Here, let me help. Devin leans down and wrestles with my boot, managing to release it. Thanks, I mutter, feeling my cheeks burning from both the icy air and total humiliation. I turn to see the enormous tree lounging over my cabin like it belongs there. The scale-like leaves flap wildly in the wind as they dangle above the boarded-up windows. It's not too late. I could bury myself in a few blankets by the fire. The bone-chilling gale howls like a baying wolf, like a warning. Another headline pops in my head. The body of Andi Klein, a.k.a. Joel King's former fiancée, buried under a fallen tree. Are you all right? Devin is staying glued beside me, as if he expects me to hurl headlong into another snow pile at any moment. Yes. Sure I am. Devin's cottage is a short walk from my own. Once we're inside, I stare around at the tight space in disappointment. I'd forgotten how small this unit was. The living room is the largest space, with just enough room for a couch that runs about 10 paces from the fireplace, which is currently turned on. White Christmas lights drape around the mantel, and the smell of pine freshener permeates the space. Nice little added touches for the holidays, and ones that are affordable. Roughly another 10 paces separate the edge of the room from the kitchen, which can accommodate 2 people, but only if their hips are stuck together with superglue. Plenty of room, huh? I say, half sarcastically, but with a slight smirk. Devin says, I know this isn't ideal. I'll let you have the bed and I'll take the couch. I appreciate Devin being decent about it. It's not his fault this happened. Thank you, I say with a grateful smile. He was like that when we dated, thinking of me before making decisions that affected us both. Well, until he wasn't. I slip off my coat and hang it on the rack by the front door. As I turn, Devin puts his coat up too. I gawk at how well defined his triceps are, even through his green sweater. He could probably lift the tree off the cabin all by himself. "Are you hungry?" Devin asks, jolting me from my stare. I didn't eat my dinner yet. I pick my jaw up off the ground. I didn't exactly either. He steps into the kitchen and takes out a styrofoam box from the fridge. "We can share the steak and potato if you want. I also bought a couple of meals from the diner earlier." Typical Devin. Always has a backup meal, or plan. He cuts everything in two. "Here you go." He hands me my plate along with a bottled water. The counter space is so tiny there's barely room enough for my food. Devin takes his meal to the couch. We were intending to add a dining table to the other side of the living room, but the bills kept piling up. We eat in silence. It's going to be a long night if we don't do something to pass the hours. "So, what are you doing for Christmas?" I ask as I take a bite of the steak. "I'll be spending it with Elena and Cassie. Will your family be around?" Devin swivels to face me. "Julia and I will celebrate at our parents' house." I can't help the disappointment that enters my voice, and I choke on the last words. This was supposed to be my first Christmas as a married woman. "Do you want to talk about it?" His voice changes to a concerned tone. He sounds like he really cares. I'm sure it's fake concern. He didn't consider my feelings when he decided to make other plans without me. Just like Joel. I'd rather not. After we finish eating and dumping our trash, Devin lingers on the other side of the counter. The small space seems to be rapidly diminishing. I head to the large window in the living room. The snow is raining down in sheets. It's impossible to see past it. I hug my arms as I turn toward him. "What's Elena like?" He grins. "She's great. Loves to play outside, ride her tricycle. Cassie is already showing her around the kitchen." I grin. "That's nice. So, how's your love life been? Find anyone special?" He crosses over to me and looks out at the storm. "Yes, she is special." Of course, he's found someone. That should not bother me at all, except the long-ago hurt flutters in my chest. How am I supposed to get through this night when the only reason I'm here is because I got dumped, and as a bonus, stuck with the first guy who gave up on us? I hope me being here won't cause any problems for her, I add. Heavy wind pounds against the building. The lights snap off just as the fireplace winks out. Stark quiet follows. "Oh no," I utter. "I don't believe this." Devin taps the flashlight on his phone. The glow lights up his soft green eyes as he looks over at me. My heart somersaults like one of the 10 Lords a Leaping. I know he has someone in his life, but why does the way he looks at me make me feel something that I thought had faded a long time ago? Devin and me stuck in this tiny cabin together without power? I would rather risk being out in the storm guiding Santa's sleigh. Chapter 7. Devin. Darkness descends upon us as the storm shrieks outside. I glance over at Andi. She's turned from the window and is wringing her hands. Andi never liked being in the dark. She once told me she still slept with a nightlight. I wonder if that's still true. "We'll be fine," I assure her. "There's a lantern stored in the kitchen." I hurry to the cabinets, using my phone light to find it. I snatch the lantern off the shelf, switch it on, then set it on the counter. Andi sighs. Oh, thank goodness. My heart patters at the relief on her face and that I played a part in alleviating some of her stress. She takes out her phone as we stand at the counter. I'll call the front desk. I'll search for more lanterns and blankets. Yes, hi, this is Andi. Devin, Pierce, and I were up there a short while ago. Well, no. As a matter of fact, our power has just gone out. In the thick shadows, I managed to find a second lantern stowed in the bedroom. I test it. The control works. I discover 2 thick blankets in the closet and return with the items to the kitchen, but Andi isn't there. In the living room, I see her flipping light switches and testing the fireplace as she sweeps the lantern along the wall. That's right, she groans. Daddy installed energy-saving ignition systems. They require electricity to operate. She suddenly halts near the couch and blows out air as Aaron comes back on the phone. Miss Klein? Yes. How long will this take? Midnight at the earliest. Midnight? That's several hours away. Andi turns to me, her worried gaze dropping to my hand. Does it work? Yes, and I found more bedding. We're fine for now, Aaron. Andi ends the call and sighs as she looks at me. She'll be in touch with updates as soon as possible. I can hear the disappointment in her voice. It will be okay, I say, knowing the situation must be hitting her in a personal way. Is anyone else affected? Just us. At least we're not totally without power. She stares at me like she's contemplating something. Yeah. But we do need to conserve as much energy as possible. Let's use the 1 lamp for now and our phones at a minimum. Andi hands me her lantern. I'm going to hang out on the couch. You can have the light for now. You sure? Yeah, I'll use my phone screen for light. She makes her way to the couch and hops on her phone as she covers herself up. I figure that's my cue to do my own thing, too. I just hope they can get the electricity back on before we head to sleep. The freezing temperatures are sending chills throughout my body, and from the way Andi is huddled beneath the covers, it's going to be a rough night for the both of us. I check some reports on my phone and send out a few work emails. Things are looking up for the company, bigger and better than ever. I send Cassie updates about the business, which she congratulates me on. Then I tell her about my current situation with Andi. She responds immediately to my text. Old feelings coming back now that you know the douchebag left her? I remind her that Andi is not happy to see me. Cassie quickly replies, You're not fooling me. I know you never got over her. And did it ever occur to you that Andi might be acting uncomfortable because maybe she still has feelings for you too? I tell her I need to save the phone's battery life and will talk to her later. Andi has gotten off the couch and draped a blanket over herself as she stands near the window. The thickening blur of snow whips past it. I slide my phone into my pocket and stop beside the couch. You warm enough? She looks over her shoulder. I'm good. I clear my throat. I was wondering what you meant earlier when you said you hoped being here with me wouldn't cause any problems for her. Who were you referring to? Your girlfriend? She says in a way that implies that should be obvious. You said she's special, remember? Yes, I said that, but I don't have a girlfriend. Okay, Andi says in a way that suggests I'm making absolutely 0 sense. And I know I'm not. I really just don't feel like making a fool of myself and exposing my true emotions for Andi. More importantly, the last person I want to be to her is another jerk who doesn't care about how she feels. A part of me, a very big part of me, hopes my sister is right about Andi reciprocating my feelings. But reality kicks me in the shin. Either fate is being cruel, dangling bittersweet memories in front of me, reminding me of what I threw away, or this is just some random encounter. We are basically strangers to each other now. There doesn't have to be any serious purpose here. Besides, the only reason we're stranded together is because of an unexpected blizzard. I wonder when this is going to end, Andi says. The storm? Hopefully soon. She's quiet for a moment, and I'm wondering what she's thinking. I wish we could communicate like before. I miss how we'd talk on the phone late into the night. You said you're here on vacation? I swallow. Yes. I can't tell Andi about the surprise, not until I know it will work out, and I definitely can't tell her I came here to say goodbye to the past once and for all. That would do nothing but create more unneeded awkwardness. I open my mouth to affirm what I've just told her, but her eyes sharpen like bitten-off edges of candy cane, only there's nothing sweet about her gaze. She crosses her arms. I figured something was off. You're not being totally honest with me. I take in a shallow breath. My palms turn clammy and I have to readjust my grip on the lantern. Here it is, the moment of truth. She takes another step forward until there's only about 2 inches left between us. The lantern glows across her face, making her blue eyes flame like a dangerous fire. You, Devin Pierce, came up here to try to swipe my father's property away from him. Chapter 8. Andi. Devin looks at me with surprise. Or maybe it's in protest or defense. It doesn't matter. I don't want to hear anything he has to say. Andi, I'm not here to steal this place from your dad. His words sound tenuous, like he's reaching, trying so hard to make me believe him. Anger churns inside me. Our faces are so close I can feel the warmness of his anxious breath on my chin. I gave you the benefit of the doubt at first. I thought you had a family. But with each question I asked, I realized how far off I was. Andi, you're not. I hold my left palm out and press the forefinger of my other hand into the middle of it. You're not married. I tap my palm again. You don't have a child. I hold my finger up. And you're not here on vacation. Am I right? Shadows lengthen across his face as his lips twitch. Yes. I take a step back from him, the anger boiling over. I knew I shouldn't have let myself believe you again. He lets go of the couch, the lantern shaking as he balances himself. Please, let me explain. You don't have to. I shake my head, recalling the details of that front-page magazine article from last month. I read all about it. Your father is now sole owner of High Peaks Real Estate. He owns almost 25% of the properties in the country. I also discovered he invests in rundown properties and has them fixed up. Devin's brows shoot up like an arrow just released from its bow. I hug my elbows so hard my fingernails pinch into my skin, but the pain is nothing compared to the sharp sting of yet another instance of humiliation. It all makes sense now. Go after my dad when he's at his most vulnerable. Easy pickings. Another loop on his star-studded, ever-widening belt. The lantern jiggles in his hand, but it has nothing to do with adjusting his position. Devin's nervous. For once, he has no idea what to say. But it doesn't make me feel satisfied or triumphant. It just makes me sick to my stomach. How could I have ever allowed this man and his father into my life in the first place? And how do they still have power over me after all this time? My heart bounces with nerves and pent-up frustration. It's been so long since I've allowed myself to really feel the disappointment. My breathing becomes more labored. I take in a long breath, working hard to keep the trembling out of my voice as I fix my stare on Devin. I know I was so easy to manipulate back then, but I will absolutely not let your slimy father or you manipulate me again. Devin sets the lantern on the cushion and takes a step toward me. I take a quick step back. He stops and clutches his hands together. I never manipulated you, Andi, he says quietly. I don't know what my father did to make you believe. I huff. Your father didn't have to do anything. You did it all yourself when you followed in his footsteps. And now you're this big, successful vice chairman of his company. My heart thumps as I work to catch my breath. Again, Devin's forehead raises as if he's surprised I kept tabs on him. Andi, My cell phone rings and I exhale, thankful for the distraction. Good evening, Miss Klein. They are still trying to restore power, Aaron says. My back tenses as I clutch the phone tighter to my ear. How is this possible? Haven't you ever dealt with a situation like this? Surely Daddy must have at some point. Not exactly. At least not for this long. I draw in a steady breath. What about the backup generator? There's been a control panel malfunction. They won't be able to repair the generator until morning. My neck stiffens. The morning? Unfortunately. I hope to call back with better news soon. Thank you, Aaron. I glance back at Devin, more upset than ever that I'm stuck here with someone who fooled me twice. A man who came up here to take away everything Daddy worked so hard for. High Peaks is a renowned company, having been featured in multiple real estate magazines. They own more than 100 office buildings and apartment complexes, dozens of hotels, and several mountain resorts. Mr. Pierce earned recognition for the company's top performance through media engagements and being featured on reality TV show appearances. My family and I have no way of defending ourselves against such power. What did they say? Devin asks. I give him the update. Andi, Devin says, his voice heavy with what sounds like guilt. I promise you I did not come here to take your father's property. And you expect me to believe that? Shadows cover most of his face, but the soft light in his eyes shines with sincerity. I would never do anything to hurt you or your father. My heart thumps with an irksome excitement at the tenderness in his tone as he speaks my name, a flicker of hope I immediately regret. Devin has never lied to me. Still, he hasn't explained what he's doing here. Well, if you're not here on vacation or business, then why did you come here? Chapter 9. Devin. The lantern jerks in my hand as I retrieve it from the couch. Andi's accusation isn't accurate, but it hits within the same ball field. I take in a slow, shallow breath as she watches me closely. When I checked the public records this morning, there were quite a few properties in default, but it was Andi's father's that drew me. I suggested to my father that we do some updates to the resort and pay off the loan, requesting to do the project on my own to prove I could take on more responsibility. But mostly, I wanted to do it for Andi, because I know how much this place means to her and her family. My father agreed, but added that despite my soft spot for Andi, we still needed to treat this like any other business transaction and invest as partners. 20%, 10% each. What are you really doing here? Andi repeats. I fidget with the switch on the lantern as I recall my father's words. Be sure to take several pictures and measurements. We'll want these to see what kind of materials we'll need and to get a more accurate budget for the renovation. I tell Andi the only thing I can think to say without giving away the surprise. I'm here to help a friend. I'm not sure who I am to her, or what we can ever be, but in my heart, if nothing else, she will always be my most precious and dearest friend. She blinks. Help a friend. Here? How? There's serious confusion in her tone, and I can't blame her. I'd rather not go into details. It's a work in progress, and I want to ensure it succeeds first. I wipe a sweaty palm on my pants leg. I just hope I can make it happen, even if it is the last thing I ever get to do for Andi. A thin sliver from the lantern's glow shines over her pinched lips. Out of all the hotels and cabins on this mountain, you have to do whatever it is that you're doing here? She's staring at me wide-eyed, but I feel like I'm the reindeer in headlights. I'm sorry for coming off so cryptically. I promise to tell you as soon as I know it will get worked out. I hope that's okay. She tucks her arms under her rib cage. Does this have to do with your father? Not exactly. Andi turns her head to the window, the silence deepening as the outside air chills the space between us, though I'm not so sure it's just due to the weather. Andi's arms stiffen like the branches of a frozen tree as she turns her attention back to me. Not exactly. What does that even mean? Like, you didn't exactly mean for us to break up? You didn't exactly intend to charter your own path? The sting of her doubt slices a tiny cut into my heart. 3 years ago, I thought I was making a decision that would bring us closer together, not tear us apart. Andi's words echo. Your father didn't have to do anything. You did it all yourself when you followed in his footsteps. And now you're this big, successful vice chairman of his company. I thought she was okay with the decision. How could I have been so wrong? She takes 2 steps in my direction, the light creating a circle around her face. Her jaw squares. If your father has anything to do with this secret of yours, then you better warn your friends so they don't experience the same rejection I did. Andi, I say softly, I'm sorry. I had no idea you felt that way. I can't help but wonder why she feels so strongly about my father. There was never any animosity between them. She moves backward, shadows rapidly covering most of her features, the emotional distance between us growing larger by the minute. Her cell rings. Hi, Aaron. Andi puts on her professional tone, turning her back to me. Please tell me you have good news. Well, what about putting me in another cottage? You're serious? A heavy sigh escapes her. At least we can work on the generator tomorrow. Andi turns to me, still mostly shrouded. I was hoping to make better arrangements for us so we would both be at ease. Unfortunately, all the rooms are occupied, so we're stuck with each other. Her words sound stiff and sharp all at once, like that steak knife is driving right into my chest again. It's okay, really. I understand why you might question me. I'm planning to visit other resorts in the area once the storm settles. Which is true. I have never lied to Andi, but not telling her that she's the friend makes me feel like I'm lying. If everything goes as planned, I won't be keeping the secret for long. The wait will be worth seeing the relief on her face that her father's property won't have to go into foreclosure. I thought I'd start here, since I know the place well. A sort of paradigm for a future project. A kind of a test to see what I'm capable of. Regardless, I'll be able to tell you soon. Andy's face relaxes. That sounds interesting. I apologize for being so harsh about the plans for your friend. There's nothing to apologize for. If it works out, you'll be the first to know. Me? First? Her brows lift like she's registering this in wonder. Yeah, since it has to do with your father's resort, I think that's only right. Oh. She blinks. I guess that makes sense. Tears well up in her eyes. I wish things were different. What do you mean? I ask, hoping she will open up to me. She sniffs, her arms dangling at her sides. Everything is such a mess. I let myself believe I was loved by a man who clearly didn't feel the same way about me. You trusted him, I say gently. That's exactly what Julia told me. But that's just it. I shouldn't have. Julia said I had stars in my eyes. I should have listened to her. A tear runs down her cheek. I pluck a tissue from the box on the small table next to the couch and hand it to her. Andi dabs her eyes with the tissue. Why is it that whenever I trust my heart, it ends up getting broken? Her hand slowly drops from her face. She's staring at me. I don't know why I said that. Regret tears at me. I wish I had done things differently. I shouldn't have let Andi go so easily. Now all I hope for is that we can at least be acquaintances. And even if that's all we can ever be, I'll take it. I guess I think I'm just overwhelmed by everything happening all at once. Maybe it's the storm before the calm, I say lamely. Andi sniffles as she looks up at me, then actually chuckles. Maybe. I smile as the tension between us loosens. It gives me a tiny bit of hope that maybe she can trust me a little again. Snow and thunder pound in an unrelenting rhythm against the cabin. We turn toward the window. Lightning streaks squirm around a dark cloud as a cold draft wafts through the air. I hope the extra blankets are enough to keep Andi warm tonight. It's getting late. Andi stops at the kitchen and trails her hand along the counter. I'm going to head to bed. I wish we had installed the wood-burning fireplaces. She sounds so disheartened that it prickles my heart. It's fine, I assure her. Really. Things happen. You can't control the weather. She bites her lip as she picks up the second lantern and drapes one of the blankets over her arm. Yeah, I hate to ask this, but I just realized I don't have my toothbrush. I wondered if you happen to have an extra one? I do. A small smirk curls her lips. I figured you did. My heart does a little somersault that she remembers my quirk. In the adjacent bathroom, I retrieve my bag and pull out the toiletries. Then I return to the kitchen, handing her a spare toothbrush. As Andi reaches out to take it, her fingers brush against mine, sending a lovely tingle along my skin. She quickly pulls her hand back as she looks at me, a flush tingeing her cheeks. Thank you. Andi rubs her arm, her chin slightly spasming. Hold on. I move quickly past her to the front door, returning with her coat. She blinks. Oh, You didn't have to do that. I could have gotten it myself. I'm not used to... Joel never went out of his way like that. Out of his way? To look out for what she needed? My chest squeezes. She looks absolutely crushed. Andi sets everything down on the counter and reaches her arms inside the sleeves as I hold the coat out. The feathery touch of her fingernails lightly grazes my wrist. My heart knocks with an anxious beat, not unlike the rhythm of the blizzard. Her lips are slightly parted, a beautiful rose pink, and I quickly force my gaze to her eyes. I hope you get some restful sleep, Andi. Good night. She huddles deeper into the coat. Good night. I watch her enter the bedroom, then retrieve my blankets, adding them to my bed on the couch. I switch off the lantern and head to the far end of the living room where I make a phone call to my father. Hey, just wanted to follow up with you about the project. I keep my voice lowered as I tell him how the surprise is still under wraps. Devin, this is your chance to prove you can take over the company one day. If you excel, I will let you take all the credit on the next development. Wow, that means a lot. Anything for you, son. I check my personal emails, then answer a few business emails before I lie back against the armrest, tucking myself in. Wind shrieks as another bolt of lightning rips open the dark sky. What a strange night, I mutter, wondering how things will turn out. Am I doing the right thing by trying to recover her father's resort? What if it backfires? What if Andi resents me for helping them? I flip onto my side, trying to get comfortable, but my anxious mind refuses to rest. Thunder rumbles like an exclamation point to my stressful thoughts. I toss and turn, doing accounting in my head, configuring details for a future hotel project, tedious stuff to try to make me sleepy. Everything is such a mess. I pray it doesn't last for long, that Andi finds whatever she is looking for. I roll onto my back. A long shadow quivers on the kitchen wall. I prop myself up on my elbows. Andi is leaning against the counter. I can barely make out the outline of her. Are you okay? I ask. I can't sleep. My lantern ran out of juice. Did you come across any batteries? Unfortunately, no. She taps her hand against the countertop. My, phone just died too. It's really dark in the bedroom. Oh, mine still has some battery life left. I reach over to switch the lantern on, but nothing happens. I try again. Shoot. I toss the covers off and swipe my phone from the coffee table. I make my way to her. You can use the flashlight on it. Andi clears her throat. It's pretty cold in there, too. She shifts, and I detect the faint movement of her clasping her hands in front of her. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind sleeping next to me tonight? Chapter 10. Andi. I feel overheated, but I know it's not because of the extra blankets. It's because I've been lying a mere foot away from Devin for the past 30 minutes. I wonder how long we'll be without power, I say, needing to get my mind off how close we are and my silly fear of the dark. Devin swivels his head toward me. He's resting flat on his back, the thick comforter tucked just below his chin. If the storm settles down overnight, they might be able to repair the control panel by the afternoon. Let's hope so, for all of the guests' sakes. I frown, wondering what to make of Devin's love life. He's been about as cryptic about it as he has been about being here. You said you found someone special, but you also said you don't have a girlfriend, right? Yes. His tone is tight and tense, like he would rather talk about something else. Maybe, Andi, he got hurt like you did. Also, it's none of your business. The room has brightened from Devin's phone flashlight, and I can see the outline of his face. His eyes are dilated, and there's a faraway look in his eyes, like he's thinking. Did I trigger a sour memory? Did she crush his hopes of love? We lie there quietly for another several minutes, the shadows on the wall tiny and dim. Devin hardly moves, the comforter taut across our bodies. Is he just as uncomfortable being in this bed with me as I am with him? So, do you still watch that goofy sitcom? I ask, hoping to jingle away some of the awkwardness. After all, we're going to be wrapped up like presents in this bed for a while. He chuckles. Yeah, I do. Sounds like you still don't. I snort. Because it's silly. Two football players who are totally opposite. How come no one realizes they switched bodies? Because they have to pretend in order to pass the test, so they practice a lot at it. I groan. Oh, right. The test. They must learn to get along. Even so, how does nobody pick up on it? Sure, they rehearse and all, but they aren't perfect at it. Haven't you seen body switch movies before? Freaky Friday? Their behaviors are way more outlandish, and no one ever assumes they switched bodies. I swipe a finger in the air. Exactly. Devin laughs. And that's why it works. I moan. Julia likes the show too. I guess I sort of get why now. I think about my sister's situation, hoping we can change it soon. Maybe we'll get a windfall or something so that she can start feeling better. Why does adulting have to be so expensive? Ugh, I hate how everything is so unresolved. I peek at Devin through my peripheral view. His eyes are shut. He's probably asleep. Never would I have thought I would be sharing a bed with Devin, much less have leftover feelings trying to sneak up on me. I wonder if I will be able to sleep. I turn on my side, away from Devin, and relax my limbs, willing sleep to take over. A good night's rest will clear my head, and sometime tomorrow, hopefully, they'll have cleared the roads too, and I can start a new normal life. I snuggle deep under the comforter. Then my foot suddenly seizes up. Oh! I startle and reach down to cup it. Devin scoots up against his pillow. Are you okay? Yeah. My muscles squeeze again. This cramp is definitely on the naughty list. You want me to look at it? Devin touch my skin? Way too intimate. The last time he saw my feet? Nope, no way that's happening. It's nothing, I say, hoping he will go back to sleep. The wind whistles, urgent and persistent, like it has no intention of backing down for a while. I try flexing my toes, but the pain tightens. Ouch! Another cramp clamps around my foot. It's now officially as rock-like as an overbaked gingerbread cookie. Are you sure you don't want me to take a look at that? Devin shifts toward me. No, I'll be fine. I release my hold and slide off the bed. He rubs his eyes as he watches me hobble to the dresser. Using Devin's phone flashlight, I shrug on my coat and shuffle into the kitchen. Yanking the towel off the oven handle, I run it under the sink and wring it out, then stuff it in the microwave. Nothing happens when I tap on the timer. Duh, the power is out? I huff as I drop the towel on the counter, wondering what to do. We have a few snacks, but no bananas or anything that will help with the cramping. The muscles squash again. I gasp. "You all right?" Devin says. He's standing outside the bedroom doorway. Even in the dark, I can make out the curve of his biceps poking through his t-shirt and the sexy curve of his neck as he tilts his head to the side. Good thing it's dark. My face must be as red as Rudolph's nose. "Can I help you to the bedroom?" I shut my eyes. If I'm going to get through one night of sleeping in the same bed as Devin, I'll have to ignore how good-looking he still is and find a way to push through the pain. Besides, I can make it back a few yards. No big deal. I slide my foot forward, then wince as it tenses. Or not. I've never had cramps like these. Blowing out a disappointing breath, I say, "Okay." He walks over to me and I grab his elbow. I give him his phone to light our way. I manage to lose my footing, then quickly clutch his arm. Electricity zips through me. Just a little shock from not having been near him for so long, I tell myself. "Maybe elevating it will help," Devin suggests. Good idea. I keep my gaze ahead. Just a few more steps, then we can both be off to our respective sleeping spots. Even if I don't sleep. But at least I will be able to elevate my foot, and that should take some of the pain away. I slide out of the coat. Devin takes it and drapes it over the chair next to my side of the bed, then sets the phone face up beside it for light. He helps angle me up against the headboard. After retrieving one of the extra pillows from the closet, he gently lifts my leg and slides it under my foot. I flinch at the lingering warmth of his fingertips. "Sorry," he whispers, misinterpreting my response as he pulls the covers over me. "Thanks. Good night." I give him a small smile, hoping he will just go back to his side of the bed. He hesitates for a few seconds, but then makes his way around the bed. I shut off the phone flashlight. The cramp finally subsides after a few minutes. I nestle deeper under the covers, thankful I can relax my whole body now. Devin adjusts his position. Not only is a serious warmth radiating off his body, he's lying so close that the hairs on his arms are tickling me. It reminds me of when we fell asleep holding hands in front of the burning fireplace. The flames had left Devin hot to the touch, but somehow the temperature of his body felt just right against my skin. I adjust the blankets, feeling feverish. I'm going to need Frosty the Snowman to bring down my temperature. "Is the heat level okay?" Devin asks. I stiffen. "What did you say?" "Too much blanket, not enough?" "Oh, it's okay." I hold my breath, not trusting myself to speak. "Your foot's still bothering you a lot. I can try massaging it." My pulse just went from 0 to 80 in 2 seconds flat. No, everything's fine. If Devin touches my foot again, my heart is going to launch out of my chest and take straight off into the sky like all 9 of Santa's reindeer on Christmas Eve. Chapter 11. Devin. The memory of that cool spring day with Andi crashes into me like Santa's runaway sleigh. We picnicked at a large open field on the outskirts of town, surrounded by rows of the biggest sunflower we had ever seen. Full of lemonade and cold turkey sandwiches, we ended up falling asleep on the red and white checkered blanket. Before too long, I woke to something tickling my knees. "Hey!" As I jerked my legs back, I noticed Andi kneeling beside me. She was twirling a sunflower between her palms, a mischievous grin pasted on her lips. Andi tossed the flower aside and lay back down next to me. "I see you're ticklish." She started to giggle. I smiled. "I bet you're ticklish, too." She planted a warm kiss on my nose. I guess you'll have to find out where. My eyebrows raised. That sounds like a challenge. I trailed my fingertips along her neck, then along her arms. She grinned and shook her head. I stopped at her knees. Again, she shook her head. I continued, running my fingers down her leg, watching her expression closely. Once the pad of my finger glided across the sole of her foot, she squealed with delight. Now, Andi is staring straight up at the ceiling, unblinking. Does she regret asking me to join her? Are you sure you want me to stay in here with you? She swivels her head toward me. Huh? I mean, if it's too awkward, I understand. I'm sure. So, how are your parents? I ask after a long period of silence, hoping to make the minimal space between us more bearable. But also because I want her to know I still care about her family, especially after her initial suspicions about my intentions here. They're fine. Julia and I visit them at least twice a month. I catch the tenderness in her voice, and it makes my heart swell. At least her family hasn't let her down. Glad to hear that. Family is so important. And Julia, you said you're working together. How's that going? Not so good. Her tone turns sad. I turn on my side. What's wrong? Andi's lips pinch. She needs to get back surgery, but the cost is astronomical. Her back pain has gotten worse. Yeah, she exhales. It's getting harder for her to do certain things, and the type of work we're doing isn't making it any easier, what with her having to sit a lot. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything the doctors can do in the meantime? Does physical therapy help? She's gotten treatment with a therapist, but it only does so much. I hope there's a breakthrough for her soon. Yeah. Thank you for asking about her. Well, if you don't mind, I need to get some sleep. I'm really tired. Good night. She turns away from me. Thankfully, Cassie hasn't texted again. I have no idea what to say to her. Being near Andi isn't what I ever expected it to be. It's awkward, uncertain, and I'm pretty sure I'm not helping matters. 2 men, 2 rejections. I lie on my back, my mind racing about the past, the present, the future, all of it with Andi. I've been living in a future without Andi for the past 3 years, and my life has felt incomplete. Andi rolls onto her other side, her fists tucked under her chin. She smacks her lips as she snuggles her head deeper into the pillow. Her shoulders rise and fall slowly. Her heart-shaped lips are slightly parted. She looks like an angel. No matter how hard I try to ignore my feelings, I'm very aware of what being near Andi has done to me, what her touch has affected. My heart swirls with a whirlwind of emotions, surprise, joy, and nervousness. I'm still in love with Andi. I wake up to the sound of the wind howling against the window panes. Thick snowflakes twist and turn frantically as they get tossed through a blurry fog. The blanket is warmer than before. I look down to see Andi's leg is tangled around mine. Her lips are slightly parted. She looks so peaceful. I take in a long, happy breath. Last night was one of the best sleeps I ever had. Carefully, I slide my leg out from hers and tuck the blankets around her. A quick check of the light switches tells me our power is still out. I grab my phone off her nightstand, then get changed in the bathroom. In the kitchen, I pull out bagels from the cupboard, hoping cold ones will satiate us. I check my emails, noting that my battery is at less than 50%. I make a quick call to my father. "Hey, Dad. The property is in dire need of some updates. The condition is in decent shape, though, so this is definitely a viable investment." "That's fine. Have you been able to take pictures?" "Right before the storm hit." "I'm proud of you, Devin. You're a good businessman." I end the call, my heart blooming at the pride my father has in me, and I envision the project working out. "Are we going to freeze to death?" I turn to the sound of Andi's voice. She's still dressed in the clothes she came in wearing last night. She hugs herself as she emerges from the bedroom door. She makes her way toward me and stops behind the counter. White plumes of smoke are drifting from our mouths. "No." I answer her question, then hurry past her to retrieve her coat from the bedroom. She blinks as I hand it to her. "Oh, thank you." She pulls it on. The storm better blow over soon so they can fix the control panel. I'm starting to consider Andi's sentiments that we might freeze to death may be right. "How did you sleep?" I ask. "Okay, I guess." Andi yawns. She looks so sweet and beautiful when she's tired. It reminds me of how hard she'd fight falling asleep just so she could keep talking to me before she had to go back home. She rubs her eyes. "What time is it?" "About 8. I glance at the stove and point to the burners. "Are these gas?" She turns her head. "Huh? Oh, yes. Why?" I dart around the kitchen, throwing open drawers and cabinets, then find what I'm looking for. I roll the lighter's spark wheel and ignite one of the cooktop burners. "I assumed it wouldn't turn on." Andi sounds surprised. "Well, the oven won't function without electricity, and the burners don't work unless you manually light them. But it's safe for just a few minutes. Otherwise, we risk oxygen getting sucked out of the room or carbon monoxide concerns." "At least we can get a little warm now." Andi stands next to me. My phone rings. The front desk. I put it on speaker. "Hello?" "Hi, Mr. Pierce. This is Erin. I tried Miss Klein's number, but it went straight to voicemail." "Hi, Erin," Andi says. "My phone died, but I'm here." Erin clears her throat. "Good. Well, as of right now, the forecast is calling for more snow and wind. We do have workers on standby to fix the control panel issue as soon as weather permits." Andi leans closer toward the phone. "Did they give you an idea of how long repairs will take?" "If the problem is simple, like a loose connection, it can be anywhere between a few hours to a day or so. If they discover that the problem turns out to be more complicated, it could take as long as several days." Andi exhales, another white cloud escaping her lips. "Hopefully it won't be that involved." I end the call. "You hungry?" "Starved." "Semi-warm bagels for breakfast?" "Sure." She reaches into her coat pocket and pulls out a tiny bottle of lotion, then rubs it on her hands and slides her gloves back on. I cut a couple of bagels in two and warm them over the small flames, then shut off the stove. I place the food on plates, then set them on the countertop. Leaning against the oven, I take a bite of my bagel, which tastes pretty bland without butter, as I figured. Andi nibbles on her food as she uses the counter to rest her elbows. "Water?" I say. "Do we have another choice?" "If we had syrup, we could make snow cones." She grins. "Water it is." I fill 2 glasses and set them down. She frowns and massages her neck. "You okay?" I say. "Just a little ache." Andi returns to her bagel. We enjoy our bagels for a bit. Andi suddenly grips her shoulder. Do you have any pain meds?" Unfortunately, no. She moans. I must have slept on my neck wrong. I set down my food. I had that happen not too long ago. A friend of mine, a physical therapist, gave me some tips. Mind if I help? She wipes crumbs from her lips, still clinging to her shoulder with the other hand. Okay. I step behind her and gently place my hand on the slope of her neck. I slowly tilt her head towards one shoulder for a few seconds. She flinches. I quickly let go. Sorry. You can try holding your chin to your chest for a few seconds, and maybe that will put less pressure on it. No, you helped. She clears her throat, her back still toward me. Can you do the other side? Are you sure? I don't want to hurt you. It didn't hurt, she murmurs. I rub my palms together to build up some heat, then rest a hand on the side of her neck and give it a gentle stretch. Her pulse thumps beneath the pad of my finger, making my own pulse race. The smell of Andi's lotion tickles my nose, notes of jasmine and warm vanilla. Suddenly, all of my senses are awake, and I'm reminded of all the times we kissed. The sweetness of her lips, the velvety touch of her skin, the warmness of her body next to mine. It's all I can do to not lean over and kiss her right now. Chapter 12. Andi. Devin lays both hands atop my exposed neck and gently begins to rub the sides of it. He slowly slides his palm down, creating a circular motion along the base of my neck, and a lovely warmth against the chill of my neck. The light trace of his fingertips grazing my skin feels so good. No, my shoulders twitch as I try to keep old emotions at bay. Too much pressure? He asks, removing his hands. Devin sounds worried that he hurt me. If only he knew how he really made me feel. I swallow. Yes. I can go lighter. Or would you rather I just stop? Yes, because your touch is making me feel things I don't want to feel. And no, for the very same reason. But the pulled muscle is not all the way gone yet. A little more, and I think I will be good, I tell him. Maybe too good. Devin lightens the pressure, running the pads of his fingers along the edge of my shoulders first, then returning to the slope of my neck. It feels nice. Have I made a mistake letting him touch me like this? I know it's just a massage, basically medical therapy, but the feel of his hand is shooting sparks throughout my body. One more stroke of his fingers and I might just sag into his arms. I suck in a breath and pull away. I'm okay, thank you. Besides, the pain is mostly gone. Good enough. Glad I could help. I can still feel the softness of his fingertips against my skin. Big problem. Because now my mind is taking a nap inside another long-ago memory. I remember everything about that day, Devin. When we discovered each other's ticklish spots. I jumped up from our picnic and sprinted ahead of you, but I wanted you to catch me, so I let you. And when you put your arms around my waist, we ended up falling to the ground. I take in hollow air, my heart racing at how I can remember every detail as if it's happening right now. You grabbed my hand and sprinkled kisses atop it. I couldn't stop laughing. A tender smile spreads across Devin's face. I was just thinking about that day, too. We stare at each other for a moment, and I long for the past we shared. Shivers tumble through my body. Without Devin's hand on my neck, I'm more aware of how freezing cold it is in here. I head to the couch to retrieve my coat. Devin's hand grazes mine. he had the same idea. "Excuse me," I say, picking up the coat, but I keep my hand near his. He doesn't pull away. We both stand still, a kiss away from each other. Devin's reddish-brown hair is smoothed back, accentuating his soft and kind expression, and it makes me feel all kinds of things I thought I would never feel again. "I need to use the bathroom," I say, sliding my hand away. When I reach the bedroom, I pick up on the scent of must and sweat as I sniff my shirt. Oh, great. I smell like I just finished wrestling a reindeer. I drop the coat on the bed and reach for my bag. Except I don't have my bag. I don't have any clothes besides the outfit I wore yesterday. Or any deodorant or perfume. At least I have a toothbrush, thanks to Devin. I sigh and step into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I watch the spinning snowflakes, remembering when Devin and I came up here. We never witnessed a blizzard, but we did get to play in the snow. I chuckle as I think about the snowman we tried to build. It crumbled into several chunks of snow. We called it a tribe of snowballs. I laugh some more. Toothpaste dribbles down my sweater. "You've got to be kidding me," I mumble as I stare at the mess. Spitting out the remaining toothpaste, I turn on the faucet. Water sprays everywhere, including all over my sweater. Goosebumps scatter all over my upper torso. "Oh, come on," I groan as I shut off the water. I pull off the sweater, but it sticks to my shirt, which also caught some of the water. After tossing them both on the arm of the bathtub, I grab a towel and start patting down my chest and stomach. "Is everything okay?" I swing to my left, the towel dropping from my grip. Devin is approaching the generous gap of the open doorway. I'm only wearing a lacy bra. "No!" I shout. "Did something fall? Can I help?" "Absolutely not!" I yelp and reach out to shut the door. Instead, I stumble over the towel and end up swinging the door all the way open. Chapter 13. Devin. Andi squeals as she scrambles across the bathroom floor, wearing nothing but jeans and a bra. She snatches a towel off the tile and throws it around her bare shoulders, then slams the door in my face. I frown. "Andi, are you okay? What happened?" "I'm fine," she shouts just as a gust of wind shrieks. A flash of her exposed, slender arms teases me, but I push the image away. Then it hits me. Andi is still in the same outfit from yesterday. She needed my spare toothbrush. She doesn't have anything with her. "I have plenty of clothes you can wear," I call through the door. Quiet answers me in return. "Well, my pants will probably sag on you like a 90s hip-hop artist's dream, but my sweatshirts should fit you all right." A rustling noise comes from the other side. Then I hear Andi sniff. "Andi?" "I can't come out there." She sounds upset. "Not after you seeing me like that." "Hold on, I'll be right back." I head to the dresser and unpack 2 sweatshirts, a pair of sweatpants, and my thickest socks, then stack them on the carpet outside the bathroom door. "My clothes are right outside the door. Put them on so you can start warming up. I'm going to the kitchen, since it's the warmest room. Meet me there, okay?" She doesn't respond for a few seconds. Another sniffle. "Okay," she says. My cell rings as I reach the kitchen. "This is Charlie from the front desk. I just spoke to the owner, Mr. Klein. One of our guests in cabin number 3 has hypothermia," he says frantically. He takes a deep breath. The blizzard is starting to calm down, but the police department said there are downed trees closing off roads to the hospital. Is Miss Klein available?" As if on cue, Andi enters the room. Her hair is tucked up inside her wool cap. Underneath her coat, she's wearing my navy blue sweatshirt, which brings out the soft blue of her eyes. My heart jumps at how attractive she looks in it, even with the saggy sweatpants. I explain the situation to her and that there are fallen trees blocking routes to the hospital. Do you have a first aid kit? We'll need a thermometer. Yes, she says, then hurries through the bedroom. A quick glance at my cell reveals it has less than 20% battery life. I have to go, Charlie, but we're getting ready to check on him. Andi returns holding the kit, then cracks the front door. Where are you going? I ask. To get to that guest right away. I'm coming with you. Let's go. We hurry across the grounds. The wind is still blowing, but not nearly so severely. Andi knocks on cabin number 3. An older woman lets us in. I'm the owner's daughter, Andi, and this is my friend, Devin. The smell of beer immediately assaults my nostrils as we step inside. A young man is lying on the ground, moaning. His clothes looked soaked in alcohol. My nurse buddy once told me that alcohol and drugs lower the body's temperature, increasing the risk of hypothermia and what to do about it. I told him not to drink, but my son is stubborn sometimes. Doesn't look it, but he drank more than he spilled on himself. The woman wrings her hands. He's not shaking as badly as he was. That's because the hypothermia is progressing, I inform her. It's a good thing you called. I notice a stack of blankets on the couch. I quickly carry them back to his mother. We're going to remove all of his clothes first. I peel off his sweater, then help her slide off his pants. After draping a thick blanket around his upper body, I say, keep his torso covered with the larger blankets to help restore his core body temperature. Use the smaller ones to dry his chest and neck. We want to gradually warm him up. Avoid massaging or heating his arms and legs. That can stress the heart or lungs. She immediately sets to work as I retrieve the thermometer from the first aid kit. The young man is groaning as his mother pats him dry. I hand her the thermometer. Take his temperature every 15 minutes until it reaches between 36.1 and 37.2 degrees Celsius. Then monitor it every 30 minutes. Call the front desk if it dips again. Once he's dry, help him into a fresh set of clothes. Thank you. The young man stutters. His bloodshot eyes are partly shut. I send a quick prayer that he recovers okay. His mother turns to us, worry crinkling her brow. Thank you. I had no idea what to do. I got rid of the rest of the alcohol. I gently squeeze her shoulder. Remember, call the front desk if he gets worse. She nods. That was amazing, Andi says when we get back inside my cabin. The way you handled everything? How did you know exactly what to do? My nurse buddy's knowledge helped with that. I set my cell on the counter. Andi hugs herself. My dad and I would be devastated if someone... Her eyes water. Shh. I wrap an arm around her and draw her into a hug. He's being taken care of. She leans her cheek against my sleeve, letting me hold her, and it makes me feel like the luckiest man alive. After a moment, Andi lets go and peers up at me. Her eyes shine like polished sapphires, more beautiful than ever. Okay if I check in with Charlie real quick? I nod. She calls the front desk, asking about the control panel situation. It's unsafe to work on it during a blizzard because it can lead to electrocution or other injuries, Charlie explains. Plus, the generators in Clover will contain moisture from the storm, further increasing the risk of electrical hazards. Oh. Andi's shoulders tighten. The good news is the blizzard is expected to end any time now. We should be able to work on the control panel soon. Thank goodness. Her shoulders loosen as she ends the call and sets the phone on the counter. Turning to me, she says, "I meant to tell you earlier. Thanks for the clothes." "Can't have you walking around naked." I blanch. What in the world did I say that for? I clear my throat. "What I mean is, can't have you freezing to death." The corners of her mouth twitch. I feel much warmer now. More comfortable. She doesn't look away, and the intensity of her gaze makes my heart gallop like a Kentucky Derby thoroughbred. "Do you remember when we first kissed?" she says. Our first kiss. Of course I do. How could I ever forget? That's the day I fell in love with Andi. "I remember," I say. Her lips part as she drops her gaze to my mouth. Pink tinges her cheeks. I couldn't rein in the horse if I tried. The whoosh of the wind subsides. A bright shaft of sunshine spills through the living room drapes, causing us both to turn. We hurry into the living room. Andi peels back the curtains and stares up at the vivid blue sky. The storm is over. Chapter 14. Andi. I can't believe I almost kissed Devin. What was I thinking when I asked him if he remembered our first kiss? As if things between us needed to be any more complicated or awkward. But the way he held me felt just right. Absolutely perfect. If it hadn't been for the blizzard ending, I'm pretty sure I would have gone through with the kiss right then and there, creating a holiday mess worse than a ball of tangled Christmas lights. Devin is probably still trying to get over his last relationship, and I definitely don't want to be a part of the problem. I fix my attention on the quiet, wintry landscape outside the living room in an attempt to push away my almost mistake. It's so quiet, almost like a door closed to a noisy room, Devin says. My mouth twists into a nervous smile that likely resembles that of the Grinch. I'm glad it's finally over. Devin nods, keeping his eyes on the silent outdoors. Maybe he didn't sense my desire to kiss him. Sure, I brought up our first kiss, but he could have figured it was only because it's something that took place on these grounds. Just casual talk. He swivels his head toward me, those eyes that once swept me away gazing intently, directly at me. Neither one of us moves. I don't even feel myself breathing, but I do find myself once again desiring a kiss. I silently chastise myself. Devin blinks. "What happened in the bathroom? How did your clothes get soaked?" "Oh, the faucet," I say, feeling my pulse come back, realizing he's just hoping to figure out the problem. It just sprayed water everywhere when I turned it on. "Why don't we check it out? See if we can fix it." "Good idea." I follow him into the bathroom. Devin walks to the side of the sink and turns on the handle. Water gushes out. He quickly shuts it off. I fiddle with my hands, feeling useless. I'm stupid when it comes to mechanical things. He looks at me and shakes his head. "Nothing about you is stupid." He unscrews a piece from the faucet and inspects it. I stuff my hands into the deep pockets of his sweatpants to keep myself from more fidgeting. Because I know why that almost kiss happened. Something shifted in me after watching his heroic act to help that young man. And being stuck with Devin all these hours sure hasn't helped any. Sleeping in the same bed for the first time, wearing his clothes. It's all so unbearably intimate. What's way worse, though, is that my feelings for him keep growing. I feel like if I don't kiss him soon, they're going to burst right out of me like the squirrel flying out of the tree in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. He stoops to turn off the water valve under the sink, then raises back onto his feet. It got clogged with debris and a bit of mineral buildup, which caused the water to spray like it did. I don't know anything about plumbing. Will it cost a lot to fix? Devin shakes his head. Not at all. It's a simple fix, actually, but I need some vinegar. There's a supply closet inside the laundry room behind the front desk area. I'll ask about the control panel while I'm there. He takes off before I can volunteer myself to go. Well, at least now that the storm is over, I should be able to get some of my things, like my own wardrobe and toothbrush, stuff my feelings for Devin inside a nice, shiny box with a bow on top. I take a deep breath and let it out, looking forward to getting back to a semi-normal life. Caltrans will be out tomorrow to take care of the main road snowdrifts. I text my parents and Julia with the latest news. A good 10 minutes later, Devin returns. He holds up a gallon of vinegar in a small bowl. Got what we need. He whistles as he takes a bright red toothbrush. How many spares did he bring? And begins removing gunk from the aerator. How can I help? I ask. You can fill that bowl with vinegar. I do as he says. Devin drops the aerator into the bowl of liquid. We'll give that a few hours to soak, reassemble the aerator, and turn the water supply back on to test it. Then it should be as good as new. I raise my forehead. That's it? He brushes his hands together. That's it. Thank you. You're welcome, Andi. Those dangerous eyes of his seem to look within me. I clear my throat. What did they say about the control panel? A technician will be working on it in a couple of hours. He got stuck at the restaurant across the way when the storm hit. They had some generator issues, so once he's done there, he'll be on his way. And they've already got some workers clearing the snow out of the parking lot. That's a lot of good news. I pull the pockets of his pants out. Well, I'm going to head back to my cabin. Can't keep wearing your clothes despite how cool they are. He laughs. Would you like me to come with you? I swat a hand in the air. No, I'm fine. I make my way to the front door, clutch the knob and turn it. It breaks off in my hand. Great, I mutter. What? What is it? Devin says, coming up behind me. I step back, pointing. Just another expense. Oh, no worries. It won't be that much. Sure, not on its own, but add it to the ever-growing mound of debt. Bills just keep piling up. Stuff keeps breaking down. I look up at Devin. Nothing ever works out. Chapter 15. Devin. Andi stares up at me, fresh tears lining her cheeks. Compassion tugs at my chest. And guilt. There's a month, maybe 2, before the resort goes into foreclosure. Seeing Andi react so strongly makes me think maybe I should tell her she's the friend right now. But if there's a hiccup, or if something unexpected happens that prevents everything from running smoothly, my disclosure would be even more of a letdown for her. Let me have a look, I say. Andi moves out of the way, wiping her cheek. I search near the base of the doorknob for a small metal tab or lever. I push it, and it retracts the latch. All in working order here. My foot kicks something that rolls across the floor. Oh, looks like a screw came out. Be right back. I head into the bedroom to retrieve my toolkit, returning with a screwdriver. Andi's forehead raises. You always carry around a screwdriver? Yes, I do some handiwork on the side. I mount the strike plate back into the frame, ensuring it aligns securely with the latch bolt, then screw the plate back in. Just a poorly installed job is all. I step back, testing the doorknob. It opens freely. Good as new. Andy's shoulders sag with relief. It makes me glad to be able to take some of her worry away. Sometimes things aren't as bad as they seem. The atmosphere suddenly shifts. All of her sighs of relief, our shared smiles, the almost kiss. It's like they never happened. Andi stares at me, holding her gaze on my face like she's trying to figure something out. Like she doesn't trust me. Why? Is it because I haven't yet told her everything about the project? But then my mind goes to last night, to Andy's accusation. If my surprise works out, and for there to be a chance that she's happy about it, then we have to clear any cobwebs out of the way. What did you mean when you said my dad and I manipulated you? I ask, my calming muscles turning into a tightrope of tension. I've never been skillful at confrontation. I just hope I don't sound like a disgruntled elf. Andy's brow furrows. As a young entrepreneur, Devin is too busy establishing himself and needs to pour all his focus into that. That's what your father told me. What? He said that to you. I don't come from money, Devin. You do. He pointed that glaring difference out to me, said it was best to end things between us, that it would never work out. I slowly inhale, my nerves zinging through me like coals of fire. I remember your last words to me, too. How you couldn't see our future together because we were heading in different directions and weren't compatible. Andy's shoulders twitch. I told you that I never felt we weren't compatible, but you didn't say anything. And my father... I blow out a heavy breath. After you left, he said I was better off, that you would only have held me back. You were so anxious to leave, I believed him. Andi bites her lip, shrinking into the shadows. I saw the story the news did on you. You were born with a golden spoon in your mouth. I blink, totally taken aback. What does that mean? Why does my wealth matter? Her jaw clenches. Your father said because I came from a lower class, staying with you would hurt your reputation and get in the way of your success. The version my father told me wasn't quite the same. He told me Andi must have not been able to handle the pressure of being near so much money and the responsibility that comes with it. I feel my breaths getting heavier. Andy's face falls. He said, in the end, you would come to resent me. He what? My body tenses. I could never feel that way about Andi. You really didn't know? She sounds surprised. No. I feel my blood pressure rising. I assumed you did, you know. She waves her hand. Because of how close you two are. You were always late to our dates, wouldn't call me back for hours. Honestly, Devin, it really did feel like we were over. I scratch my chin in frustration. No. Yes, I did those things. I stare at Andi, needing her to believe me. But I never wanted you to leave. It hurt me when you did. I tried getting a hold of you, but your number didn't work and Julia blocked me. Andi nods. Your father told me never to contact you again, so I changed my number. I needed a clean slate. Heat boils inside of me. I can't believe this, I say. Not with disbelief, but with frustration. Turns out your father was right, though. Her voice dips. I left, and Devin Pierce became a success. I shake my head. Everything Andi has just revealed hitting me hard. How could my father go behind my back like that? Chapter 16. Andi. Devin's face turns red. I've never seen him angry before. It looks like his head is about to pop off. I totally believed Devin wanted our relationship to end for all the reasons his father said, but he seems clueless about it. A success, he spits out like those are bitter-tasting words. I stare at Devin, feeling his fury as if it were my own. I want to say something that will make all of this better, but I have no idea what to say. Being stuck together has made me feel all kinds of emotions I never thought I would again. But the more we talked, the more I realized my feelings for him just got buried. Now that the storm is over, now that the clouds have parted, the truth of the past is begging to be dealt with. But I'm not yet sure if I can trust him. Why is he being so secretive about this project for a friend? Why would his dad betray him if they're so close? Nothing makes sense. Devin bites his lip, then stalks off into the kitchen. I watch as he taps his fingers on the counter, his shoulders rising and falling like my heart. After several minutes, Devin seems to have collected himself. He relaxes his hand and peers over at me. Did you really think I wanted you to go? When Devin and I were together, we told each other everything. But his father set things on a different course in the end. I didn't want to believe it, but between your father's words and your busyness, you thought you would be in my way? Or did my father make you believe that? Devin is staring at me, hard, like he's looking into my heart. He sounded so sure of it, so I believed it too. And the last thing I wanted to do was get in the way of your happiness. Devin exhales loudly. My happiness? He shakes his head and is quiet for a long moment. My happiness was being with you. My heart starts sprinting like a last-minute shopper on Christmas Eve. Warmth fills my lungs. Devin still wanted me? We stare at each other for what feels like an eternity. My heart dashes faster, aiming for the finish line. I move into the shaft of light beaming through the window. Shadows play across his face. I can't read his expression. Suddenly, the overhead lights blink on and the clock flashes on the microwave. Power's back on, Devin says, practically deadpan. I'll turn on the thermostat in about 30 minutes to avoid a potential power surge. My heartbeat gradually slows back to normal. Of course, Devin doesn't want me now. Our relationship ended a long time ago. We did go down different paths. We can't go back. Besides, he just stood there when I almost kissed him a little bit ago. The chemistry between us is definitely dead. I have a spare charger, Devin says. Let's get our phones plugged in. Right. He returns from the bedroom and plugs our phones in on the counter. I make my way to the front door and pull it open. My shoulders sag as I look across the way. Not only is the tree still sprawled across the roof, another tree has fallen and is wedged in front of the door. PB&J sandwiches for lunch with chips, Devin says, almost lifelessly. I shut the door and turn. Unfortunately, another tree crashed into my cabin, so I won't be able to go back there yet. His forehead raises. Yeah, I say grimly as I call Aaron. Just another expense. It will work out. You don't know that, I say, the words snapping against my teeth like a candy cane. Instantly, regret hits me. You're right. I shouldn't have said that. Devin looks down and prepares the food. I notice he's making 2 sandwiches, which makes me feel even worse. I tell Erin about the second tree, and she enlists Charlie to reach out to the contractors. Devin and I eat in silence, and I wonder, now that the misunderstanding of the past has been cleared up, if anything between us will too. My mouth open, I get ready to ask him just that, but nothing comes out. I bite into the second half of the sandwich, the sweetness of the grape jelly tasting sour. I munch on a chip next. Why doesn't he say anything about where this leaves us? What are you thinking about? Devin asks. I look up, the chip halfway between my teeth. Devin wipes jelly off the corner of his mouth. Still worried about the property? I close my teeth. Crunch. Just thinking. It's all I can do, since he's not addressing the big, fat Kris Kringle in the room. I clamp my mouth shut. Sure, I'll say something regrettable. My phone rings. Saving grace. I see it's the front desk and put it on speaker. Charlie just checked, and the contractors will be here shortly to remove the trees and repair the cabin, Erin says. Do we know how long until the roads will be cleared? Main roads and highways are generally cleared within 24 hours, so it should be by noon tomorrow. The usual holiday festivities are still being anticipated. That's good to hear. It might bring in more business for us, too. I appreciate how you two have handled the unexpected, Erin. Thank you. Talk soon. My stomach growls. I slap my hand over my abdomen. Devin's forehead raises. Still hungry? Just digesting. He half grins. I'm sure my face is as red as Santa's suit. The sun pours in through the living room window, and I can see the snow sparkling like a magical winter landscape. Christmas is less than a week away. It makes me think of Dad and Julia and the comforts of home and family. I clean my dishes, letting my mind focus on the holiday spirit, then excuse myself to the bedroom to call Julia, shutting the door behind me. I give her updates about everything, except for Devin. So, how have things been with Devin? Julia presses. Of course, that's the first thing she asks about. I blow out a long breath and plop onto the bed. Hard, confusing, incredible. She laughs. I can't imagine, what with it being all cold and dark. Did anything happen? No. Well, almost. Almost. Julia sounds intrigued. Yeah? I lower my voice, keeping my gaze on the bedroom door. I almost kissed him. She sucks in a football field-sized draft of air. I can tell she's happier than an elf wrapping gifts. I have a lot to tell you, actually, but I'd rather tell you when I come back and when a certain someone isn't so close by. That can be arranged. Dad's planning to head up there tomorrow to check in with his staff. I'll come with. That's not necessary. We can talk when I get home. I can almost hear Julia smiling. I am an expert on other people's romances, and I can't give my professional opinion on things if I'm not there in person. Fine, I surrender. I lie on the bed for a while before I head back to the kitchen. Devin is leaning over the counter. He glances up from his phone. I just turned on the thermostat, but it will take a bit for the room temperature to go back to normal. Thank you. He starts to play It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like Christmas on his phone. I freeze, the memory rushing at me. The smell of the fire mixed with Cassie's gingerbread cookies, the warm leather of the beanbag as I curl up next to Devin, my barely contained excitement as we talk about our future together, about having a family. "Everything okay?" Devin says, snapping me out of the long-ago Christmas. I scratch the nape of my neck. "Yeah, I was just updating Julia about the power. And you, Devin. I can't seem to stop thinking about you. Do you think about me? What do you think of us?" My throat suddenly feels parched. Thirsty. I grab a tall glass from the cabinet and fill it under the water dispenser on the refrigerator door. I down the liquid, savoring the refreshing feel of it. My throat still feels a bit dry, so I press the glass against the lever and refill it to the top. I turn and bump into something hard. No, not something. Devin. Devin's broad shoulder, to be exact. He quickly steps back. "Sorry, I was just coming to unplug my phone." I attempt to move around him, but somehow I manage to misstep and feel my grip on the cup loosening. Before I can right myself, I stumble straight toward Devin. Water sloshes out of the glass, drenching his entire shirt. I gasp. "Oh my gosh, I am so sorry." He sets the phone back down. "No worries." He takes off to the bedroom. I follow right behind him. "Let me help." "No, that's okay." "It's the least I can do," I insist. I spot his unzipped bag on the bed and pull out a deep maroon shirt. Turning, I move toward the bathroom where Devin has disappeared. "Here you go." I step inside and come to a dead stop. A nice, dry... Devin's arms are raised in the air as he finishes peeling off the wet shirt. I feel my cheeks burn as I stare at muscles I've never seen before. I once envisioned what they must look like when we were dating, but I had been so wrong. Devin's chest muscles are bigger and much sexier than my mind was able to imagine. Chapter 17. Devin. I finish pulling off my shirt and set it on the bathroom sink. From my left, I hear a gasp. I turn to see Andi gawking at me. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer blares from my phone in the kitchen. I try not to smile, thinking how her cheeks are glowing like Rudolph's nose. "Here you go." Andi tosses my shirt at me. It hits me square in the jaw. She whips around and races out of the doorway. I let my smile drop, feeling flattered. At least she didn't scowl or look perturbed. I pat dry my chest with a towel, then pull on the shirt. We've never seen each other without clothes, but now it's happened twice. And I'm thinking about the soft sheen of her arms when I walked in on her in this very bathroom last night. My reflection in the mirror reveals evidence of my desire for Andi as my breaths fog up the mirror. But it's not just my feelings for her that heat me. I suck in a heavy breath, feeling a swirl of frustration and confusion. My dad's last words regarding the renovation/loan payoff come to me. It will be nice to see a man who's worked so hard for so long finally find success. His reasoning sounded altruistic and generous at the time, but after what Andi has told me, I'm starting to wonder how much I can trust his intentions. Maybe I should ask my dad. Andi has no reason to lie, but my father apparently does. Or maybe I shouldn't ask him. Will he even be honest? I clutch the sides of the sink and exhale slowly. But if I tell him Andi's here, that might disrupt his plans a bit and possibly expose some of those lies. I punch in his number. "Hey, I hear the storm is over." my father says, sounding like jolly Saint Nick, which floods me with confusion and doubt. It's not the voice of a man who would want to hurt me. Yeah. You sure you want me to go through with this project? What do you mean? Of course I am. Why, has something happened? Andy's here, I say, waiting to see if that jostles him. A few seconds pass. Really? Well, that's great, isn't it? Have you two talked? He sounds thrilled. Actually, we got stuck in a cabin together. Oh, you didn't tell her what's going on, did you? No, I want it to be a surprise. Good, good. You want to be sure you can do this first. There's no guarantee, especially with it about to foreclose. You'll have to move in fast to save it. I rub my chin. Andi told me you said some things to her back then. My shoulders tense. Like her staying with me would get in the way of my success. It's silent for a few seconds once more. I can see how she might have taken some of what I said wrong, now that I think about it. I told her I wanted you to succeed and be happy. I think she interpreted that to mean she needed to leave. But you told her if she stuck around, I would end up resenting her. Andi didn't understand how much time you needed to invest in the company. Or rather, she didn't appreciate it, and I did tell her that would create problems, not that you would resent her. I could see she didn't like that answer. It sounds like there's been a misunderstanding. I hope you can clear all this up with her. Okay, I will. I apologize for any confusion. I think hearing it from you will be best. I'm proud of you, son. Don't let the past get in the way of this project for you, huh? I blow out an easy breath. Right. Talk to you later. I end the call. He's clearly happy about her being here, and what he said makes total sense. It does all seem like a misunderstanding. I put on a Christmas playlist as I return to the kitchen. Andi's back is to me as she leans against the counter. I pull open the front door and step outside to see people come and go into the gift shops. Good. At least we have the option to get out of this cabin. I shut the door and enter the kitchen. Why don't we get some fresh air? We'll bundle up and find you a nice new outfit at that place across the way. My treat. Andi is still avoiding looking at me. No. I mean, yes, we can go, but I'll pay. I want to do this and so much more for her. How about an early present, then? I've missed a few Christmases and would like to make that up to you. She slowly raises her eyes to mine. Tiny flecks of gold twinkle atop the blue irises. Her fingers are curled tightly into a clamshell on the counter. I glance down at my phone and shut off the music. It's clear she's uncomfortable. It's also clear that I've been misreading things between us. She probably brought up our first kiss because it happened here. That's all. And her reaction to catching me bare-chested is purely out of embarrassment. I can understand it being awkward to see your ex like that. I hop onto my phone, reminding myself that I'm here for one reason only, to try and save Andi's father's resort. Are you over her? She asks. Who? Your girlfriend. Who else? No. She nods. Then that's a no to go shopping for sure. I've only had one girlfriend. She blinks. You're the only woman I've ever felt anything for. I am? Andi whispers. I gently unfold her hands and rub the pad of my thumb across her open palm. A light pink tint reaches her cheeks as she stares at me. Okay, let's get that present. But since it's a present, I pay. She smiles, making the gold flecks in her eyes dance. It's a really nice thing to do for me, Devin, and I haven't had a man be sincere like this in a long time. My heart warms with her compliment. It's exactly what I want to be to her. Someone she can trust. Someone who truly cares for her. Andi straightens. Give me a few minutes to bundle up and fix my hair. She heads off to the bedroom. I take the opportunity to call my sister. The first thing I hear is Elena's giggle. "Uncle Devin!" she screams. I laugh. "Hey, Elena. How are you?"
"Good. And you?"
"I'm good, too."
"Here's Mommy."
"Hey, bro. You doing okay?" Cassie says. "How's the electricity?" she asks mischievously. "We have power." "I bet you do." Cassie giggles. "Oh, Allie and Luke just set the date. Katrina, Michelle, and I are the bridesmaids." After nearly a decade, our buddy Luke found his true love, Allie, again. They broke up after a miscommunication. "I'll have to congratulate them when I get back," I say. A miscommunication. And now they're engaged. Can Andi and I have a second chance, too? In other news, Cassie continues, sounding perturbed. "One of my friends just told me they saw Brandon at some steakhouse a few weeks ago." "Really? Thank goodness I wasn't there." I grin. "He would have had you that jittery, huh?" "Huh, definitely not." I hold back a laugh. Cassie has never been very good about hiding her feelings when it comes to her ex. Andi returns, wearing her winter gear, her pale honey hair hanging down over her shoulders. The soft pink gloss on her lips makes her look like a beauty queen. "Cassie, I gotta go." I swivel toward Andi. "You look really nice." I want to say beautiful, but I don't want to overstep, or worse, scare her off, especially when things seem to be going so well. She beams brighter than the Christmas lights strung around the cabin. "Thank you." "You forgot your sunglasses." She shakes her head. I'm done hiding. And by the way she holds my gaze, I know she's not just talking about the paparazzi. We pause as we take in the outdoors, a stunning wintry landscape with snow-covered mountains and white-coated pine trees. Andi sighs. "Wow, it's so beautiful. I never really got to see a white Christmas." "It's pretty breathtaking." I look at her. She looks back at me, her eyes sharp and bright, like she wonders if there's a double meaning in my words. The walk takes about 2 minutes, but before we can cross the street, 2 teenage girls swoop in front of Andi.
"Oh my gosh, it is you. I can't believe Joel King eloped with another woman. What a jerk to do that to you, and the guy's a total loser."
The other girl cuts in, her eyes flashing with excitement. She winks at me.
"But I can see it didn't take you long to replace him. And this guy is way cuter, too."
They both giggle and take off. I roll my eyes. Silly teenagers. She exaggerates a sigh. When will it ever end? "Miss Klein, a few words." Some guy shoves a microphone into her face. "We have to know. Is this your new man? What can you tell us about him?" Andi dips her head, her cheeks flushing cherry red. She's obviously not okay with any of these assumptions, much less the meddling these people are doing. "Why don't you find someone else who is more newsworthy to go after?" I say nicely, but firmly. "You aren't going to get anything exciting here. Just same old boring non-famous person stuff." The man frowns and steps back. Oh, well. He scratches his head and blinks, then drops his arm. Ugh. He spins away and trudges off through the snow. I shake my head. Paparazzi never sleep. Andi loops her arm through mine. You handled that better than Joel ever did. Now it's my turn to beam. We make our way to the giant gift shop. Andi invites me to join her in the women's section, where there's a wide selection of outfits from winter to summer. What should I get? She asks. Anything you want. That's generous. You can't put a price on Christmas. Why did I almost say love? Andi's lips bunch together like she might be wondering the same thing, but thankfully she turns her attention back to the clothes. You said the kind of work you and your sister do requires a lot of sitting, I say, hoping to learn more about Andi. If you don't mind me asking, what do you two do? She picks up a thick, sparkly red sweater. After I spent what seemed like ages working a thankless job in retail, Julia convinced me to start my own photography business. She told me how I take remarkable photos, how much people admire my work. I took her advice and started captivating moments. I specialize in family photos, but after recent demand, we added an option for pets. It sounds like you enjoy it. I do. She puts the sweater down, sighing. I've been so busy that I eventually enlisted Julia as my official assistant. We're not ringing in the dough or anything. She clears her throat. How is your sister? Cassie is doing great. She has her own catering company now. Really? Her voice brightens. I'm so happy for her. I always enjoyed the dishes she made. She has a lot of clients like you do. I'm proud of her. Owning your own business, that's impressive. Yeah. Andi picks up another sweater. It is, though things can be a bit crazy. I'm glad you found something you really love to do. Her phone twitters. Oh, speaking of Julia. Hey sis, what's up? Her grip tightens around the device for several long seconds. Oh, okay. Andi's voice turns serious. Yes. Her shoulders slump. I don't know. Bye. Andi quietly slides her phone into her pants pocket. She stares at the floor, her lips trembling. Hey, I touch her arm. What's wrong? Her eyes glisten as she stares up at me. The bank will be foreclosing on Hilltop Retreat Resort the day after Christmas. Chapter 18. Andi. Only 1 week until the bank closes on the property. I repeat the news as if saying it out loud will somehow dispel the truth of those words. When will the lender be posting the sale? Devin asks. I swallow, the air suddenly too thick. They already published a notice of sale. The auction is taking place in exactly 30 days, unless by some miraculous windfall we cure the default no later than 5 days before that. Don't give up hope yet. Christmas miracles can happen, Devin says tenderly. He sounds so sure of it that I want to believe too, but nothing about the past few months have changed. In fact, we're worse off financially than ever, with a mounting debt that has no end. He owes over $200,000. We knew this day was coming, but we were just hoping, my voice cracks, that something would change. That somehow it's a Christmas miracle. The Christmas pop song crackles from the speakers. Devin raises an eyebrow. That's Interesting timing. Huh. Yeah. I shake my head. Doesn't change the reality, though. I reach down and knead the soft cashmere of the sparkly red sweater. Devin cups my waist. I let go of the sweater and turn to look up at him. It's going to be okay, he says. No matter what happens, you, Julia, your parents, you will all get through this. I bite my lip, Devin's beautiful face blurring as tears glide down my cheeks like the tracks of a snow-skiing champ. He slides his hand away, but I grasp it back, staring at him for several seconds. Then, before I can do anything to stop it, but I don't want to stop it anyway, I'm falling against his chest and his other hand is wrapping around my waist. The notes of the song continue with a promise of warmth for the holiday season. And it's exactly how I feel as I close my eyes. As Devin pulls me closer to him, the thudding of his heart and his arms cradled around me. Warm. He holds me for several moments, and the worry drifts away from me. When I pull away, I see tenderness in Devin's gaze, and I know for sure I'm not imagining it. He's looking at me with the same affection from when we were a couple. I feel my cheeks growing warmer and my pulse stampeding throughout my body. He slowly runs his fingertip along my cheeks, one at a time, wiping the tears away. It's all I can do to not fall into his arms again. We'll find a way to save it, Andi, he says softly. How? He dials someone and puts the call on speaker. Hi, Aaron. Are they still on track to have plowing done by noon? Actually, they'll be cleared late tonight, so our normal Christmas festivities should be in session by the afternoon. I've already received several calls from our usual participants. Everyone is anxious to get back to normal. Devin and I exchange a pleased look. The restaurant should be open by lunch tomorrow, too, Aaron adds. Perfect. Thanks. Devin turns to me as he pockets his phone. So, what's your idea? An impromptu charity event. I blink. Come again? We'll announce a virtual tailgate for a fundraising event in the meantime. Help save the retreat, he says, using air quotes. But why will they care? I ask doubtfully. Devin snaps his fingers. Super Bowl is coming. Supporters can purchase a virtual tailgate package where they'll be entered into a raffle. I don't have Super Bowl tickets. No problem, I do. Oh, but don't you want to use them? He shrugs, like he's merely talking about getting rid of an old pair of shoes. Or better yet, those 90s rap artist-looking jogging pants of his I've been wearing. But not everyone likes football, I say. Wait, I got it. How about a holiday cooking competition, too? Great idea, he says with such excitement I can't help but laugh. We'll talk to local businesses, ask restaurants and other shops to donate gift cards, that sort of thing. Devin is spinning ideas so fast it's making my own head spin, but in a good way. And with all of the festivities that will take place this week, you're bound to get a lot of interest. And we'll fix up some of the things that are falling apart, he says breathlessly. His energy is contagious. I can advertise it using social media. I have tons of followers for being famous. I'll get Julia to spread the news, too. Wow. Devin's eyes widen like little Ralphie's when he unwraps his prized possession, the Red Ryder BB gun. I grin. You make me remember how much I used to believe in the Christmas spirit. Used to? I've been thinking a lot about our only Christmas together. It was so nice, and then when your parents and Cassie went to bed, It felt like the holiday was made specially just for you and me. Devin nods. I was reminiscing about it too. My chest squeezes. He was? I miss that feeling of us being together. He stares at me like I'm the only person in the world, and my heart melts. I miss you. I miss you too. Seconds roll by as neither one of us breaks eye contact. Devin glances around the store, then lifts my hand into his. Why don't we get you that sweater you've been eyeing? And he peeks at the jogging pants. A real pair of pants. Then, if you'll let me, we can try on a kiss. I breathe in the musky fragrance of his cologne and smile. I hope not in that order. I grab his hand and guide him to a vacant area near a display of candy and every kind of sugary treat to satisfy one's sweet tooth. He tips his head down and brushes his lips over mine. The smell of him is intoxicating and my eyelids flutter shut. He lightly plays his tongue over my bottom lip and it shoots tingles all the way down into my knees. I tug him closer, our breaths tangling up in each other. The kiss is savory like heavy cream, honey, vanilla, and sugar all mixed together. The sweetest dessert I've ever tasted. Okay, done, Devin says after he posts the virtual event. Everyone is more than eager to participate. I think we can blame a 12-hour cabin fever on that. He winks at me as we cross the street back to Hilltop Retreat. At least half of the community is out and about. The sounds of happy children's laughter and couples chatting floats through the brisk air. 2 teenagers are having a snowball fight. A young mom is pulling her toddler on a sled down a slight hill just outside the trees. It's like a scene right out of a family Christmas movie. I peek at my social media profile and gasp. I've already got a lot of RSVPs. That's wonderful. Oh, I'm so glad we did this. Devin stops and I stop too. He looks serious, but not in a good way. What's wrong? Nothing. He pulls me into his arms and pecks my nose. I was just thinking, if we don't raise enough money with the charity, there's another option. He stares at me so intently my heart skips a beat. The surprise for my friend? That friend is you. My jaw drops. Me? I want to help you pay off the loan, and my father and I will have 20% ownership in it, but he will be totally hands-off, if that's okay with you and your dad. I loosen the embrace. Help us pay it off? No, not with your father in the picture. I promise he won't even step foot on the property. He's given the project entirely to me to handle, and will only have 10% stock as a technicality, for business purposes. I blink, processing what he's told me. He wouldn't touch it at all. Not at all. This is my chance to prove I can excel at a renovation project on my own. That would be part of this, fixing it up and updating it to make it more profitable. I click my tongue. So, your father won't be hands-on at all? I know Devin has already said so, but I have to be sure I'm not dreaming that part. Not at all. His face softens. I know how much this place means to you and your family, and so does he. Devin brushes a loose hair from my face. I will do anything for you, if it means your happiness. When you told me what my father did, I was floored. I'm still angry. He had no right to do what he did, so I confronted him. You did? I think he said some things he shouldn't have, and some of it just didn't come out right. He wants you to know he's sorry for any misunderstanding." "How do you know you can trust him?" "I haven't heard him sound like that before, but I understand if you don't trust him." "I trust you." He smiles, looking relieved. "I haven't told you the most important reason why I came up here. It was to say goodbye to you." "What?" I take a small step back, except I couldn't, because my feelings for you never went away. And I'm glad they didn't, because there's no place I'd rather be than here with you. My heart rocks. "Are you completely sure about that?" "I have never been in doubt since the day we first kissed." His words are so heartfelt, they send my heart into a total rocking chair marathon. Devin never stopped believing in a future with me. I reach for his hand. "Thank you for not giving up on us." Devin smooths back hair from my forehead and leans in to kiss it, his warm mouth lingering for a few seconds. When he pulls back, his face is lit up with happiness. "Let's go have some fun," I say. "Lead the way." I take us to a thick patch of snow just past the cabins, away from the rest of the crowd. We near a stump and Devin bumps into it, wobbling on the snow. "I hope you're ready." He turns around. "Ready for what?" I sling a small snowball in his direction. Splat! It smacks him right on his nose. "Hey!" Devin laughs, then his eyes brighten. "How about we build a snowman?" I giggle. "Oh, like the failing tribe of snowballs we once made?" "Nah, I think we can definitely do a better job this time." We pat several balls of snow, spending the next half hour building our snowman. I scan the area and locate a few twigs for arms and a handful of pebbles by the stream for a nose and eyes. Devin wraps his scarf around the neck, and we step back to admire our creation. Not bad. Devin's smile flicks at my heart. It's how he would look at me when I made him something special like a handmade card, or when I bought him a shirt he'd been eyeing for weeks. Devin takes a step closer to me. There's less than a foot between us. My heart patters at the way his thick hair curls against his ear, at the way he's staring at my lips. He reaches down and captures my face in his hands. Then he runs his fingers up my cheek, up, moving to my head, his fingernails lightly scratching my scalp. The thrilling sensation of his touch makes my knees quiver. I close the distance between us, rise up on my toes, and press my lips to Devin's. He kisses me back, softly, his mouth tickling mine and sending a wonderful tingle through me. He wraps both hands around my waist and draws me closer. His arms are solid and warm, and he tastes like everything sweet about Christmas. Gingerbread cookies, peppermint, hot chocolate. And the sweetest thing of all, the love we shared all those years ago. Chapter 19. Devin. Hot electricity surges through my arms and chest. I close my eyes and pull Andi even closer. Our mouths move in a seamless symphony. Her lips feel toasty like that summer day. I can't get enough of her kisses. The heat of her breath tickles my neck as she pauses for air. She gazes up at me, her eyes shining, her face flushed. Andi is so beautiful, inside and out, and I just want to pull her back to me for another round of kissing, but I don't want to overwhelm her. She reaches up to trace my lips with her hand. the fuzzy fabric of her glove making them tingle. I catch her hand admiring the soft pink of her cheeks, the sparkle in her eyes. Before I can tell her how beautiful she is, Andi swoops in, covering her mouth over mine once more. My heart hits the roof. I tighten my hands around her waist. She tugs gently on my hair, sending electrifying chills along my scalp. After several seconds, we pause to take in a breath. Andi's lips part for more, and I gladly satisfy the unspoken request. Somehow she tastes like honey and chocolate, my weak spots. I deepen the kiss. Icy air swirls around us, but it doesn't do anything to cool off our passion. We're trapped still, only this time of our own free will, and we're perfectly in sync. Satisfied, for now, we end the kiss. She tangles her fingers inside mine, her cheeks feverish and glowing. Our first kiss changed everything between us, but the intensity and excitement of it has nothing on this one. I stare down at her outfit, taking it fully in. She ended up choosing the sparkly red cashmere sweater. It brings out the color in her cheeks. And those dark blue jeans clasp her thighs, accentuating their curve perfectly. You definitely look a lot better in those pants than in my retro joggers. Andi laughs. I sure hope so. You feel better about the place now? She sighs and scans the grounds. Yeah, at least I know we're doing what we can. Actually, I need to update my family about it, have them help out, and of course, make sure Daddy is okay with the deal. Of course. I'll see if Cassie can come up too. I'm sure she would love to help as well. How does hot chocolate sound? Like a little slice of heaven. We head to the front office. Charlie is handling the desk. Miss Klein, Mr. Pierce, so nice to see you. How can I help? 2 hot chocolates with whipped cream, Andi tells Charlie. He heads to the back. While Andi calls her father and sister, I shoot a message to Cassie. She immediately texts back that she and Elena will be up as soon as roads are cleared. I turn to Andi, who is smiling as she talks on her phone. Yes, I am serious, she laughs. He's right here. Do you want to talk to him? Okay, see you then. Andi smiles broadly as she rejoins me at the counter. Daddy is as shocked by your offer as I am, but he's in. She hugs me tightly. I'm so happy for you that you're in a place to be able to do something like this. I hug her back, my smile bigger than hers. Andi looks up at me. I'm so sorry for accusing you of not caring about me and for wanting to do your own thing. I know I was wrong about it. You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault. Yes, I do. If I hadn't assumed you were too busy for me back then, if I hadn't been so insecure about not having that kind of money. I press a finger over her lips. You know what they say about assumptions. They make you and I look like... She playfully swats my hand away. Hey! I laugh. But seriously, Andi, never put yourself down. You're worth far more than any amount of money in this world and the way that idiot rock star treated you. I hope I get to prove that to you every day. Andi sniffs, looking like she's about to cry. Quickly, she buries her face into my shirt and grabs onto my arms. Her body gradually relaxes into mine. I shut my eyes. It feels so nice to hold her again. I stroke the back of her head, thanking God for another chance. Charlie clears his throat. We pull apart. He's holding 2 steaming mugs of hot cocoa piled high with whipped cream, along with a few napkins.
Andi rubs her hands excitedly. That looks so good. Thank you, Charlie. Yes, thank you. More than happy to accommodate. He steps back behind the counter. I hold the door open for Andi as she steps back outside. Your staff is great, and just as professional as a 5-star hotel. That will give your resort even more marks. Andi tilts her head. You're right. I never thought about that before. She sips her drink. A bit of whipped cream covers her nose as she brings the mug down. You have a little bit of cream here. I wipe it off with a napkin. Just 6 days until Christmas, she says, her eyes shining with joy. But only 6 seconds until... I look at her expectantly. Until what? Andi grins as if she enjoys holding me in suspense. Until I do this. She dips her spoon into my whipped cream and smears it all over my nose and cheeks. I gasp. I didn't want you to feel left out. She winks, her cheeks a rosy red from the cool air. Let me take care of that. Andi cleans off my face with a napkin, then plants a kiss on my lips. She tastes like cold air and hot cocoa, a rewarding combination. It drives me wild. She steps back to take a small drink. This is good. Too bad you don't have any whipped cream left. I set our mugs in the snow before putting my arms around her waist. No, but at least I have you. My cabin's all fixed, Andi says as she gets off the phone. We're standing near the edge of the property, watching families enjoy the outdoors. The damage wasn't as bad as I expected, I say. A few broken shingles and, of course, new windows. Andi bites her lip as she stares at me. I touch her arm. Hey, what's wrong? She shrugs, laughing nervously. Nothing. She tugs down her wool cap. Hope we can still save the resort. After finishing our plates of spaghetti, courtesy of the kitchen, Andi and I settle onto the couch to watch Gridiron Shenanigans, the freaky Friday-ish football sitcom. Outside is pitch black, and a few small flakes flitter past the window. The fireplace is going, but we're both cuddled under a blanket, and being so close to Andi feels nice and cozy. Absolutely perfect. Andi shakes her head, an amused look on her face as she watches the TV. I still don't get how you and Julia get a kick out of this show. Why exactly do they switch bodies? Actually, this show helped me get through the past 3 years. Andi cocks a confused brow at me. The football players are forced to switch bodies over a misunderstanding. Her mouth drops. Oh. I draw a long line along the inside of her arm with my finger. They start realizing the error of their ways and eventually learn they aren't so opposite from each other after all, that they both have the same goals. Just like us, she whispers. The lights wink out. Oh, no. Andi shudders and moves closer to me. She grabs my hand and I gently squeeze it. It's okay. We'll be fine. Can you believe I'm still afraid of the dark? Andi sounds embarrassed. I used to think a monster would reach out from under the bed and grab me or fall from the ceiling. I lightly run my fingertip over her hand. Watch too many scary movies as a kid? Actually, not until my teens. The dark is so shapeless. I can dream up a lot of possibilities. My mom says I have quite the imagination. The lights flicker back on. Thank goodness. Andi sighs with relief, but she doesn't let go of me. She stares at me like she never wants to leave, which makes my heart do mini cartwheels. I wouldn't mind if we lost power again. She gives me a funny look. You wouldn't?
I run the pad of my thumb along her chin. Not if it means being stuck with you.
Chapter 20. Andi. After a long, intense moment of us gazing at each other, I break eye contact and let go of Devin's hands. Guess I got a little carried away, I say, it suddenly going dark and all. Devin shakes his head. Not at all. We all have phobias. It's understandable. You do? I say doubtfully. I'm afraid of heights. What, like you can't fly on a plane? I tried, once. That was enough for me. I shift toward him on the couch. What happened? My heart raced, my hands were shaking and clammy. It was pretty bad. I was certain the plane was going to explode. Devin exhales. I never got on that plane. So you never flew? Never. It's the same with roller coasters. Something about being way up in the sky freaks me out. A small smile tickles my lips. How did I not know this? It's sort of cute. His forehead raises. Cute? I make circles along Devin's wrist with my fingertip. You're not always as in control and calm as everyone thinks. Even Mr. Pierce has fears. It's kind of nice to know I'm not alone. He clears his throat. Well, heights aren't my greatest fear. I look up at him, grinning. What is then? Forgetting to pack a spare toothbrush? Devin stops my hand. Losing you again is. My heart flutters as my expression changes to serious. I have a confession to make. When I asked you to stay with me in the bed, it was because I was scared of the dark, but that wasn't the same reason later that night. I didn't want you to leave. I clear my throat. Because I liked having you next to me. He squeezes my hand. So did I. I can't believe we're here, together. I pictured myself on a honeymoon with Joel. Oh, that's, He lets go of me. I laughed softly and take his hand back. Not now, of course. I'm really happy it didn't turn out that way. I'm glad he left me at the altar. You're okay. He marrying some other woman doesn't tick me off? Hurt? At first, yes, it did. How could I have been so blinded to his true character, to the douche nugget he really is? But then I take Devin's hand into mine. You and I got to know each other again. And I realized Joel was never really mine. I'm sorry he put you through that. I'm not. Because then I wouldn't have come up here and run into you. A fortunate turn of events for us both. He stares deeply into my eyes. I really thought Joel was the one for you. All those pictures of you together, I was sure I'd lost any second chance with you forever. I kiss Devin's cheek, move slowly down to his chin, then back up to his other cheek. You didn't lose that chance. Devin smiles like that means the world to him. He reaches over to brush my hair behind my ear. I nuzzle my cheek against his shoulder as we return our attention to gridiron shenanigans. One of the football players hops to the end zone, looking totally out of place as he clutches the ball to his chest. I laugh. Must be a challenge running in someone else's body. See? Devin says. It's silly, but fun. Yeah, I grin. I guess so. My phone dings. I sit up. Oh, Julia just texted that one of our clients found out about our event and will be inviting a bunch of friends and family, too. That's awesome. It really is. It's nice to have so much support. I put the phone on the coffee table. So, when do they switch back? Do they apologize after realizing how wrong they were about each other? Devin winks at me. You'll just have to wait and see. How many episodes are there? 18. What? That'll take like 13 hours to get through. Or I can just tell you. I open my mouth to say yes, but then change my mind. Actually, I'd rather watch them with you. We can watch something else. I know the show's not exactly your favorite. I put my hand over his. No, I want to. It will help me understand your interesting sense of humor. He winks. Okay, you got it. The next episode continues on the streaming service. My eyes water as I yawn. Why don't we get you back to your place? Devin says as he reaches for the remote. No, I want to watch. I blink my eyes, focusing on the TV. The quarterback sails the football through the air, but it lands awkwardly off to the sidelines. Devin chuckles, his eyes twinkling. It's nice to see him happy. I forgot how much I miss hearing the sound of your laughter. He glances down at me tenderly. Everything is better with you, even this show. Oh, that's... Yet another yawn tugs open my mouth. That's a really nice thing to say. I snuggle into his side and thread my fingers inside his. Chatter from the TV drifts away as my eyes flutter shut. I'll just take a little nap. Then I'll go back to my cabin. I blink my eyes open, the drone of the TV pulling me awake. I start to stretch, then gasp when I realize I am still in Devin's arms, and that the hazy glow of the sun is peeking through the curtains. Sitting up, I tap Devin lightly on the arm. He rolls onto his side and slowly opens his eyes. What episode are we on? He looks around, his eyes widening as he realizes it's morning. Oh, Andi, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep. Devin's thick hair is sticking up in every direction. I hold back a laugh. That's okay. I guess we were both more tired than we realized. He scoots up against the armrest and rubs his eyes. Would you like to get some breakfast? We can see if the restaurant across the way has opened yet. I tuck my foot under my knee, feeling well rested. I haven't slept that good in a long time. Yeah? I raise my arms straight up for a good long stretch. It was nice being in your arms. I like waking up to you, Andi. Well, I lean over to smooth back his hair and nibble on his lips. If we're going out, then you need to look presentable. He grins. Couch head, huh? But it looks cute on you. He arches a playful brow. There's that word cute again. I sound like a teddy bear. I giggle. We pull ourselves off the couch and peek outside. A short line trails outside the restaurant entrance. Why don't you go wait in line for us while I get dressed? I suggest. Meet you there. He seals his departure with a quick kiss, but it still sends an electric spark into my toes. A short while later, I catch up to Devin. We don't have to wait long until the hostess calls us up. Cheery holiday music plays overhead. Maybe this Christmas will be a holly jolly one after all, I comment, though worry flutters in my chest. What if the fundraising event is too good to be true? It's all coming together so easily. Too easily. She seats us at a table for two. A single red candle squats in the center of the table. It elicits scents of cranberry and apple. I inhale the tart scent just as my stomach gurgles. Devin's eyebrows raise. Was that? I press a finger against his lips. Hush. He grins and kisses my fingertip. I quickly skim the breakfast menu. The waitress brings us iced waters. Good morning. Are you ready to order, or would you like a few more minutes? We're ready. I'll have the egg and cheese omelet with applesauce on the side, I tell her. Devin's menu is open to the same page. I'll be having the same. Anything else to drink? We both shake our heads. She thanks us and hurries off. I giggle. Guess we still have the same taste in food. But my laughter is cut short as my mind goes to uncertain trouble again. Why does it feel like something is about to spoil everything? Devin reaches for my hand. Hey, you all right? Must be the planning I'm concerned about. I haven't done a fundraiser before. Is there anything else we need to do? We just need to set up the tables right before it starts. We have some in the shed. Perfect. Once people show up, we'll announce the raffle and holiday cooking competition to get things going. Devin sounds so sure, like nothing can go wrong. I wish I shared his confidence. I pull up my social media. Wow, there's a ton more people planning to come. Guess it pays to have my 10 minutes of fame. I bite my lip. Devin cocks his head. Isn't that good news? Yeah. Can all this really be as promising as it seems? Back at Devin's cabin, shortly after we finish breakfast, I realize I've misplaced my hairbrush. It's not in the bathroom like I thought. I'm going to take a quick shower, Devin says. I think I saw it on the nightstand. He heads to the bathroom while I linger in the kitchen to call Julia. I'm heading out with Mom and Dad in a couple of hours, my sister tells me. Looks like it's going to be a big deal. I saw all the sign-ups on your page. Yeah. I hear the showers start and check the living room and kitchen before going to the bedroom. Julia, I have so much to tell you. About you and Devin, she says, and I can hear the big smile that's undoubtedly plastered on her face. Something like that. But I'm kind of wondering if this whole charity thing is going to go smoothly. I haven't done anything like this before. Well, you'll have a lot of help. I'm sure it will turn out fine. I don't know, sis. Devin's investment, all of the RSVPs to the fundraising, other businesses donating. It just feels like everything is going too well. It makes sense for you to feel this way. It does? Sure. You hardly felt at ease around Joel, whether that was being thrown unexpectedly in the spotlight or wondering why he was acting off. But this is something for Daddy, supported by people who care about you. There you go again, all smart and rational, acting like the older sister I never had. Julia exhales dramatically. What can I say? Just call me younger and wiser. I do a quick search in the bedroom, but don't find my hairbrush. I let Devin know I'm going to check my cabin for it and tell Julia I'll see her this afternoon. A minute later, I put the key in the lock of my cottage door and start to turn it. Hi, Andi. The familiar voice is so unexpected I nearly fall as I spin around. Mr. Pierce, I say. We figured you'd come here after you were left at the altar. I know how special it is to you. Devin is over there. I point behind him as I jostle the key again. Oh, I know. I wanted to talk to you first, though. Put aside our past. I apologize for any misunderstanding. Did Devin tell you that? I nod. Yes, he did. Well, did he mention the renovation plan? Yes, he gave me all the details, but he said you gave him the project to handle alone, that you wouldn't be here.
He clamps his gloved hands in front of his waist. That much is true. However, there has been a slight change in plans. My heart kicks into high gear. Something's wrong. What is Devin's father doing here, and why didn't he tell Devin he was coming? After doing some checking, I learned the property isn't worth as much as we initially thought. We could do those renovations, but a clear slate will bring in more profit. The key shakes in my grip, making a rattling noise in the lock. I pull the key out and drop it in my coat pocket, steadying my breath. What does that mean? Well, he toes the small space between us, leaving a line in the snow. It means we're going to need to tear this whole place down. Absolutely not, I say firmly, though my body is trembling. My anxiety wasn't unfounded after all. I'm standing face to face with a man who managed to tear Devin and me apart once already. And now he's trying to hurt my family. How I wish Devin were here with me. He wouldn't let this happen. He would give it to his father straight. Mr. Pierce sighs as if he's dealing with a toddler. I figured you might respond this way. Unfortunately, you don't have much of a choice. The only other alternative is for you to let it go to auction. Even through that avenue, we will obtain the property. But if you agree to these new terms, you will still bring in earnings. Significant earnings, I might add. My shoulders tense. You're right. This place is very special to my father and my family, which is why we would never be okay with it being demolished. Young lady, I admire your passion, but there are concerns with some of the cabins not being up to code. I grit my teeth. You're lying. You can't do this. Beggars can't be choosers. Anger surges through me. He takes another step toward me and my pulse catapults. I'll make sure things aren't up to code, or our deal is off. Devin won't go along with this. Devin agreed to it from the start. Chapter 21. Devin. Have you talked to your dad today? Andi asks me as she steps inside my cabin. I run the bath towel over my wet hair as I stride over to her. Actually, he just sent me a text about something urgent coming up. Her face scrunches up as she shuts the door. Hard. Did he tell you he was coming here? I lower the towel. He's here. Andi doesn't budge from the doorway. An uncomfortable feeling rises in my chest. She blows out a sharp breath. Yes. The back of my neck tightens. My father's here. I look past her like he might be standing just outside. Where is he? Did you talk to him? Yes, she replies tightly as she brushes past me to the living room. I follow her. What did he say? She spins toward me, narrowing her eyes. What he told me 3 years ago. Andi, I'm not sure Stop. Her body turns rigid as she stares out at the white sheets of snow. Why? Why would you do this to me and my father? Why did you bother suggesting this whole fundraiser? To humiliate me? Tension oozes into my shoulders. I drop the towel to the couch, then cross the room toward her. What did my father say to you? That there's been a slight change in plans. Her voice is clipped. The rest of what he said shatters the space between us as certain promises drop like bombs. Clear slate. Not up to code. Significant earnings. I frown. What does all that mean? I don't. Andi swivels toward me. You lied to me.
You think you can just throw a bunch of money around and we'll express our undying devotion to you? You're both determined to undo everything my father has dedicated his life to. She bites her bottom lip as tears breach her eyes. My head and heart hurt from the conversation she's relaying. Why would he go back on his word? It doesn't make any sense. She stares at me like she doesn't know me. You're exactly like your father. Your first love has always been money. My chest heaves with an ache that can't be immediately satiated. I want to take Andi in my arms, reassure her, but my father has pushed us back to square one. Andi, I say softly, I have no idea why my father is here. He promised me he wouldn't come. And all of those things he told you, he never said any of that to me. Whatever is happening right now, I'm going to find out. I refuse to let a misunderstanding or anything get in the way of us. Us? She huffs. There is no us. My heart cracks in several places. Andi crosses her arms over her chest. Different paths. It worked out pretty well for you, didn't it? I'm sure your dad must be proud. You haven't changed. Disappointment edges her words. You made plans without me back then, and here you and your father are at it again. Only this time you plan to tear the whole place down. Wait a minute. He said that? Her face crumples. He said, and I quote, Devin agreed to it from the start. That never happened. Heat rises into my face. I have an intense desire to cause my father physical pain equal to the pain he's put Andi through. Where is my father? The pained look on her face punctures my very soul. I take a step toward her. Andi, he's wrong. He's lying. I never agreed to any of that. I'm not going to let him go through with it. She stares at me for a long while, and a tiny spark of hope stirs inside me. The hope that she knows I would never break her trust. I don't want your help, she finally says. I'm not sure I can trust anything you say anymore. Without glancing my way, Andi runs past me and leaves. The door abruptly shuts behind her like it's symbolizing the end of Andi and me. Hot tears skid down my cheeks. I swipe a palm over my face, choking on the pain that tightens around my throat. There is no misunderstanding. None of this is a mistake, and there's absolutely no way I'm going to let my father get away with any of it. I yank open the door. Andi is nowhere in sight. I hope she at least has reached out to Julia or Allie to console her. Even if Andi chooses to never speak to me again, I will make sure things are set right. I trudge through the snow, my breaths hitting my lungs like a smoldering fire. If my father thinks he can come all the way up here to betray me and to break Andi's heart again, he's wrong. I hurry to the front desk, but both Aaron and Charlie say no new guests have checked in, nor have they received any phone reservation from William Pierce. After thanking them, I make my way through the snow, ready to cross the street when I hear my father's voice. Devin! I turn around. He's standing near one of the Douglas firs, partly hidden. Coward, I think to myself. Hello, son. He strides toward me like we're about to have a casual conversation. I heard what you did. I can't keep the fury out of my voice, nor do I have any desire to. He halts. Now, Devin, let me explain. I stare him down. Explain what? How you plan to tear down the place? He spreads out his arms. And build a 5-star hotel. Imagine the profits. That's not what we discussed, I say through gritted teeth. It's called smart business, he replies matter-of-factly. I clench my fists at my side. It's called deception. You lied to me. He drops his hands. Now, Devin, why did you have me take pictures, measurements? The documentation provides a record of the property's condition, which can be useful in resolving disputes or filing insurance claims for damage that occurs during demolition or construction. We never agreed to tearing it down. You gave me this project, promised you'd stay away, and now you're trying to change the terms. He scratches his chin. Grinding my teeth, I take several swift steps toward him until we are just a foot apart. You knew this was her father's property and how much it means to him and Andi, but you still came after it. You're not thinking clearly. My body is boiling. I'm thinking more clearly than I ever have. My own father went behind both of our backs. Andi means the world to me. How could you do this to her? To your own son? The pain of both rejections hits me all at once like a mallet swinging at my heart. I jab a finger into his chest. The deal is off. You might think you can use your position and money to control me, but think again. His face drops. I have never seen him look troubled, speechless. I step back. Son, that stuff you said to Andi back then, there was no misunderstanding, I sneer. You did everything in your power to break us apart, and I will not let you come between Andi and me again. His forehead shoots up. What? No, you have to listen. I stare him down. I don't have to do anything you say. I quit. Devin, please. And you and me, father and son, we're through. Chapter 22. Andi. Devin stalks away from his father, his face hot pepper red, his hands clenched at his sides. Chips of snow fly up as he tramples across the grounds. Mr. Pierce is hurrying to the parking lot. It's hard to tell who is more upset. I can't believe what I heard Devin say to his own father. How they're through. I know if that happened between Daddy and me, I would be devastated. The crowd of onlookers disperse and resume their snow activities. I hurry across the crunchy gravel. Devin, he continues, marching onward as if oblivious to everything around him. Devin, I call louder, gulping in crisp morning air as I increase my pace. He comes to a stop, but he doesn't turn around. I take several quick steps to reach him. Is he too angry to speak? Maybe he needs to be alone right now. Maybe I should give him space. Devin turns around. I slow down as I hold in a gasp. Several tears streak down his face and his eyes are red-rimmed. I've never seen Devin cry before. My heart swells with empathy. I don't work for my dad anymore. His mouth tightens around the words. I overheard. I lightly graze the top of his hand and his fist loosens a little. I'm so sorry, Devin. Do you really think your relationship is over as son and father? That must be the most painful thing you've ever had to do. He sniffs. The hardest, but not the most painful. Losing you was. My heart breaks for him. His own father betrayed him. Devin's eyes flare with anger. He used me. And for what? To come out on top? How did I not see it? I squeeze his hand and he doesn't let go. I take that as a good sign. It's not your fault, Devin. His shoulders heave. It's done. Over with. Please accept my apology. I close the space between us. There's nothing you have to apologize for. He's staring at me like he's not sure whether to believe me. Why are you still here? For all you know, I could have been manipulating you too. You know, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. His eyes are glossy. Devastation and despair take root in his face. I shake my head and touch the pad of my finger to his chin, offering a small grin. You're not an apple. A tiny twitch lifts the corner of his lips. Besides, I'm the one who is second-guessing us. I poke his chest. You don't get to play that role, too. He lets out a soft laugh. So, you really quit? He nods as his phone buzzes. Do you need to answer it? He shakes his head. It's a text. But there's something like confusion or surprise on his face. That's a lot of money you just gave up, isn't it? I ask. He tucks the phone in his pocket. Money was never my first love. You were. He stares at me so deeply and sounds so serious, I've forgotten how to blink. I would give it all up, Andi, just to have you in my arms again. My heart patters to the tune of the Little Drummer Boy's song. He tucks my hair behind my ear, then wipes the last lone tear from his face. I don't want to have a memory of just one Christmas with you. I want to have a second one, and a third. I'm about to pinch myself to be sure I'm not dreaming this miraculous white Christmas. But what about your dad's plans to tear this down? How can we stop him? We won't have to. What do you mean? We're going to pay off the loan before the deadline, and there's a bonus on top of that. He pulls out his phone, taps the screen, and hands it to me. From the text I just got. I stare at it, my eyes widening. A site for cash donations? Luke and Allie set this up? I arch a finger at the webpage. That amount, that can't be right. I'm as shocked as you are. I had no idea they were going to do something like this. Being in the soap opera industry, they have a lot of affluent connections. I hand him his phone. But why? I had a blast with them when they hung out with us, but I haven't seen them since you and I first dated. Because they know how important you are to me. And they're on their way up to help us out, too. With the amount we raised today and with what I contribute. How much? The difference, and then some for repairs. That's more than triple what Luke raised. No, I can't allow you to put in your own money, not unless we agree to you getting some sort of interest. He tips my chin up, his dark eyes gazing intently into mine. This isn't a business transaction, it's a personal one. I'm getting you. That's all I ever really wanted. My face warms as Devin gazes at me. So, where do we go from here? Devin locks his eyes on mine. The path we never took. An electric current flows through my heart. All of the doubts and regrets are suddenly swept away by one big tidal wave. Is that okay with you? He searches my face for an answer. My heart just sang a happy Christmas carol. Yes. He pulls me into his arms. His heart thumps against my own until they both feel like a single, throbbing beat. I nestle my cheek into his chest, and somehow, despite the cold air, his body is so warm it sets mine on fire. I stare up at Devin. Happiness mixed with worry shines in his eyes. I squeeze his arm. You're going to be okay. We're going to get through this together. He rubs his thumb over my cheek. You're wonderful. I catch his hand and kiss it. His eyes sparkle as he looks at me. I didn't think it was possible to love you even more than I once did. Well, I say, smirking, we can both stand here gazing into each other's eyes, or... I jerk my head behind me. We can start working on those festivities. Devin laughs. Let's get this sleigh show rolling. Chapter 23. Devin. In less than an hour, the fundraiser will begin, and Andi looks as excited as a kid on Christmas morning. Andi, Aaron, and I have just finished setting up all the tables and raffle booth and coordinating with all of the vendors.
Uncle Devin!
Helena runs toward me as Cassie jogs behind her. I scoop Elena up in my arms and plant a kiss on her nose. How's my favorite niece? I ask as I set her back down. Her curly black hair is tied in twin pigtails. They sway as she shakes her head at me.
I'm your only niece.
Oh, that's right. You're too smart for a 3-year-old. She sticks her hands on her hips.
I'm almost 4.
Yes, I know. What would you like for your birthday?
I want a bike and a beach ball and...
Why don't we make a list when we get home and send it to everyone? I'm sure that's a lot for Uncle Devin to remember. Cassie suggests.
Sure, okay.
Andi laughs. You are so cute. Elena squints up at her as the sunlight splashes through the trees.
Who are you?
This is Andi, my girlfriend, I say. Elena reaches her tiny hand toward Andi's.
Nice to meet you.
Andi shakes her hand. Nice to meet you, too. I've heard so much about you. Elena glances at me.
I hope so.
We all laugh. Cassie hugs Andi. It's so good to have you back in our lives. Her face turns serious. Devin told me what our father did. I'm so mad he put you through that. Then betraying Devin and actually think he could get away with tearing this beautiful place down. Andi loops her arm through mine and smiles up at me. He couldn't tear us down either. Cassie lets out a happy sigh. You two are so perfect together. Looks like you got one of the few good guys, Andi. I just know that... Her body stiffens as she glances past us toward the main road. No way. What is it? I follow my sister's gaze. Oh. Cassie snorts. You mean, uh-oh. What is this, Bad Guys Month? Andi blinks, confused. Who's that? Brandon. Cassie mutters. What is he doing here? I have no idea, I say. Brandon still wears his black hair slicked back and still walks with his hands in his pockets like he's nervous about something. Guys, can you help me sort out the food? Cassie says, obviously anxious to avoid any communication with her ex. Of course, Andi says. Elena reaches for her mother's hand.
I can help too.
Brandon? Andi whispers to me. Long story, I utter back. During the next half hour, we help Cassie sort out all the snacks and refreshments. Guests start arriving shortly thereafter, many of them from Andi's social media list.
Cassie keeps side-eyeing Brandon, who either hasn't yet noticed his ex or is trying to respect her personal space. Either way, it won't be long until the collision course of holiday hilarity ensues. "It's been too long!" Allie squeals as she and her fiancé Luke stroll toward us. They're both dressed to the nines, always looking the part of their soap opera status. Andi hugs them both at the same time. "Congratulations on your engagement." Allie beams as she loops her arm through Luke's. "Guys, thank you so much for setting up a cash donation," Andi says. Luke shrugs. "It was nothing." "It means a lot to me and my family." Andi's parents and Julia pop up beside us. "Daddy, Mom, Sis!" Andi shouts. The entire Klein family are super close, happy to see each other as always, which reminds me of what my father tried to do to them, and how he betrayed me. My body immediately tenses. "Hey." Cassie touches my arm. "What's up?" I watch Allie spin Elena around. I'd rather not talk about it. Mr. Klein and his wife come up to me, with Julia right behind them. He puts a hand on my shoulder. "Devin, we are so overwhelmed by your willingness to help us." A tear slides down his cheek. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Mrs. Klein pats my hand.
"Such a wonderful young man. We're just as happy as Andi to see you again."
My face flushes with embarrassment. Julia hugs me.
"We're all so thankful to you. We really don't know what else to say for what you're doing for us."
"I'm thankful to you, too," I say. Mr. Klein raises a confused brow. "For raising such a wonderful daughter." "She sure is." He wipes away the lone tear. Andi rubs my arm. "Why don't we start the raffle?" She sounds desperate to get my mind off my indignation. I nod, letting her take the reins.
"So,"
Julia claps her hands,
"where do you want us?"
"How about handling the refreshment table?" Andi suggests. "Mom and Dad can share stories about the resort as the guests come up." The three of them agree and disperse. I notice how Julia's stride is different, like Andi told me. She's walking slower, more carefully. My heart aches for her. I want to do something to make a difference.
"I'll get the participant line started for the cooking competition."
Cassie volunteers, snapping my attention away from my concern. "Did I hear something about food?" Allie pipes up as Elena skips ahead of her. "You sure did," Andi says. The two women lead the way, with Cassie, Luke, and I trailing behind. Using a megaphone Aaron provided earlier, Andi makes an announcement to the crowd that has now accumulated to about 100 people or so, with more arriving by the minute. "Football fans, come purchase your raffle tickets to win a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Only $50 per raffle ticket. All proceeds will go to saving the Hilltop Retreat Resort." Most of the crowd turns toward Andi and me, rushing to the booth. We scramble, taking cash and card payments. "I didn't think there were so many football fans around here," Andi mumbles. I chuckle. "Hey, Devin." Brandon holds out a $100 bill. "Hi, Brandon. How have you been?" "Oh, can't complain. And you?" "Good." I have to bite back my snarky comments about how immaturely he acted toward my sister when they dated. "This is my girlfriend, Andi." He turns to her. "Nice to meet you. What a turnout. Does the lodging belong to you?" "No, it actually belongs to my father." "Well, I hope you guys save it." "I appreciate that. How did you hear about the event?" "Oh, I heard from some friends what a special getaway it is. I haven't been here before, so I figured I'd join in on the fun. I hand him his raffle tickets. Do you know where Cassie went? I look around. She was just here. I think she might... I notice my sister, a few yards away, peeking out from behind Luke at the next table over, where they are signing in entrants for the cooking competition. Brandon notices her too, and his face lights up like a Christmas tree. Oh, there she is. He claps my shoulder as he waves the tickets. Thanks. So, what's the story? Andi turns to me. I take the next guest's donation money. They dated for a few months about 5 years ago. How did I never hear about it? It's the last topic Cassie would ever bring up, I say. She refused to utter his name after they broke up. That heartbroken? Not quite. Cassie always wanted a family. Problem number 1, Brandon didn't. Andi grimaces. Oh, that's kind of difficult to negotiate. And problem number 2, he wasn't very mature about a lot of things, which is why they broke up. We finish out the line a while later. We sold almost 200 tickets, Andi squeaks. I grin. Congratulations. Thanks to you. I'm so glad you thought of doing this, and that there are so many football fans. Next to us, I see Cassie has finished working her table too and is talking with Luke and Allie as Elena runs circles around them. She leans into me, lowering her voice. So, why does Cassie care that he's here? She's married now, right? She was. Her husband died in a car accident a little over 2 years ago. I was going to let her tell you. Andi covers her mouth. Oh no. How sad they must be. Poor Cassie and Elena. It was really hard at first, but she's doing a lot better these days. Elena is too. Thinks her daddy is an angel now. Elena is so precious. I'm glad she's doing okay. Andi sighs and threads her fingers through mine. I nod toward Cassie's table. I'm not so sure Brandon is reading Cassie's signals correctly, though. As Allie entertains Elena, Cassie quickly ducks behind a tree. Brandon spins around, frowning in confusion. Suddenly, he stops when he spots her. He waves at her wildly and heads toward her not-so-secretive hiding spot. Andi giggles. Looks like your sister might not get away so easily. I smirk. Looks like. Chapter 24. Andi. I had no idea your resort was in trouble, a short, elderly woman says to my father. She's wearing a crocheted Christmas sweater with Rudolph's big face right in the middle. We used to bring our grandchildren here until they moved back east. Thank you, Miss Jane. I'm happy to hear this, my father says, and I can tell he's trying not to sound choked up. Miss Jane turns to me. Andi Klein sounds much better than Andi King. Don't you ever look back. I definitely won't. She winks. Yes, even old ladies keep up with Hollywood. She pats my hand. You've been so good to your father, doing all this to save this wonderful place. I look up at Devin. Well, it wasn't just me. Miss Jane looks up at him, too. It's a much longer distance for her, and Rudolph's nose stretches a bit. She lets her gaze fall over his face slowly, nodding as she turns back to me. Good choice. Julia laughs as Jane walks away. True love can't be hidden. A group of people approach who look very familiar. Then I realize they're clients of mine, a family of 4. I hold out my hand. Thank you for coming. The mother smiles. Miss Klein. Andi, we simply had to be here. I saw Julia's post on social media and the kids got so excited that we jumped in the car like 2 minutes later. I didn't know this was part of your life too, the husband says. Julia shared childhood memories of you two up here, and it made us think of our own kids and how much fun they have exploring the area. Their twin girls, about 6 or 7, peer up at me.
Can we go sledding?
Of course, I motion behind me. There's a small hill over there and a few sleds just waiting for you to take them for a ride. They clap their little hands as their mom thanks me. We'll be back to donate what we can too, and we plan to stay here soon. Thank you so much, and have fun. Miss Klein? I turn to see the man from cabin 3 standing behind us with his mother. You two saved my life, he says, his voice heavy with gratitude. I've never been so scared as I was that night. He shakes Devin's hand, then hugs me. I drank for nearly 2 decades. You gave me a second chance, and I'm going to live it sober.
It's a Christmas miracle, his mother says happily as she hugs us both. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, it really is a miracle, I say as they walk away. My father looks like he's in a state of shock as he peers around at the lively activity.
It's incredible, Daddy, isn't it? Julia says.
Thanks to you, young man, he says to Devin. The resort has been saved. Your offer is more than kind. It's... He chokes on his words.
Another Christmas miracle.
My mom finishes as she links her arm with Daddy's.
It's like Santa made a special stop this year.
I draw in the fresh, crisp air. It truly is. The sound of happy people buzzes around us, making me feel even more swept up in the holiday.
We're low on drinks, my mom says. Who should I talk to?
We'll check in with the restaurant. I take Devin's hand and we give them a quick update. The manager is eager to restock beverages for us and sends a few servers across the road. We are grateful for your generous contributions, I tell her. We're like a family up here, and more than happy to do it. I get customers coming in every week going on about how nice and cozy the cabins are, and there's no other place like it. It makes people feel at home. I feel myself beaming, proud of my father's dedication to his guests. Well, let me know what we can do for you. She waves her hand. Nothing. You already have. Most of our guests stay at Hilltop Retreat. Losing it would mean losing business for us too, sure, but it would also mean losing an important part of our town's history. Hilltop Retreat holds memories for so many people. It's our cornerstone. My heart flipping with joy like an elf who's had too much sugar, I hug her, overwhelmed by her kindness, by the realization of how much this place means to so many people. You okay? Devin asks as we walk toward Cassie. Yeah, I sniffle, just a tad emotional. He kisses my cheek. You and your family are incredible people, thoughtful, selfless, caring. That's why I fell in love with you. I stop and stare up at him. Stop it, or I'm going to start crying. Okay, no more compliments for the rest of the day. He winks. I playfully swat his arm. There she is. Devin points toward his sister. And it looks like they have definitely not made up. He chuckles. Yeah, well, judging by the look on his face, he wasn't expecting the surprise of a little kid. Brandon blinks like one of those cartoon characters trying to make sense of things as he bounces his gaze back and forth between Elena and Cassie. She's probably using Elena to scare him away. Devin grins. Think it will work? His shoulders heave. Time will tell. We approach Cassie. How's the competition going? I ask. She looks very relieved to see us. Wonderful. Tons of Christmas desserts. People are already lining up for a taste test. Winner gets their choice of a gift card from one of the finest diners up here. The rest of the gift cards are being donated to your guests. I turn to Devin. Oh, speaking of winners, we need to announce one for the Super Bowl tickets. Let's do it. As Brandon lingers awkwardly near Cassie's table, Allie and Luke rescue her by engaging in conversation. I hold out the box with all the raffle tickets toward Devin. You pick. He dips his hand in and shuffles them around, then pulls out a ticket. His eyes widen a little. What? Who did you pick? He clears his throat. My sister's unwanted ex. I suck air through my teeth. Oof. Devin raises his hands in the air. Attention, attention. I am announcing the winner of our 2 Super Bowl tickets. The energetic buzz dies down as everyone turns to Devin. And the tickets go to Brandon Williams. Brandon's face lights up as he punches a fist in the air and dashes like Prancer toward us. I lean in toward Devin. I don't think he's changed a bit. Chapter 25. Devin. The charity event was a total success. Not only do we get to pay off the loan, we'll be able to make repairs and renovations too. Andi shouts as she jumps into my arms the next day. I laugh and graze her cheeks with my lips. Snow-capped trees surround us. The happy hum of families playing in the snow and the jingle of Christmas music from the restaurant across the street fill the holiday air. Oh, Devin, most of this is because of you. You help me believe in miracles again. Andi's soft blue eyes sparkle as she gives me a long, warm kiss. I run the pad of my finger along her jawline. I love you. Andi grabs my finger and pecks it. I love you. I sigh as I stare into her eyes. 3 words that make me the most blessed man alive. She cups the sides of my chin and leans in to give me another kiss, short but sweet. I set her back down and she lets out a long breath. I'm still riding high on that wave and I don't want to come down yet. I chuckle. Well, there's a ton of stuff we can do on the hill. Lots of Christmas events, the lighting of... Can I have a moment with both of you? I spin at the sound of my father's voice, the happiness instantly kicked out of my tone. What do you want? I sneer. He clasps his hands at his waist as he stands a few feet away, which is still too close. I came between you. I was wrong. I protectively pull Andi closer to me. I believed everything he told me about Andi leaving, about our reason for being here, and it was all a ploy to get what he wanted. I won't let him hurt us anymore, especially not Andi. I grit my teeth. You've done enough damage. It's best if you leave. Son. I am not your son, I say coldly, my heart knocking loudly. His lower lip drops. I can't ask you to take my word. I ruined that. But I hope you can forgive me one day. I've never heard him sound defeated, despairing. It's confusing me. He's always been so strong and in control. I want to believe in him. I did my entire life. I loved him. He meant so much to me. Losing him forever is not what I wanted. That gaping hole could never be replaced by anyone else. But I still don't trust him. Words aren't enough. My heart hammers. I need to see that you have changed. Wow, look at that one. Andi points to one of the boats in the float gliding down the lake. So many colorful lights. I smile, loving how excited she is, like the Grinch didn't try to erase her Christmas.
Ooh, and there's Santa!
She jumps excitedly. Laughing, I plant a kiss on her nose. You look more beautiful when you're happy. I'm not sure how long I can go without another kiss. Oh, well, I have an easy fix for that. She rises up and brushes her soft lips over mine. No matter how many times we kiss, I always feel my skin tingle, and this time is no different. She tilts her head. Are you feeling okay? With what your dad said earlier? I don't know. I blow out a heavy breath. Andi squeezes my hand. Whatever happens, I'm right here with you. I know. The last boat in the parade drifts by, Santa waving to the large group of viewers. Ready to toast some s'mores? Andi asks. Absolutely. She grabs my hand and hurries across the gravelly road to the fire pit close to my cabin. After I go inside the kitchen for the ingredients we bought earlier at the market, I join Andi. She starts the fire and I hand her a poker. She hands it right back. I tend to burn mine. Would you do it? Sure, a full candy bar. She shakes her head. Too sweet. Let's split one. After we enjoy the warmly toasted treats, we listen to Christmas tunes. After a short while, we decide to hike around the stream. The sun has been shining brightly all afternoon and the snow is starting to melt. Cedar trees border the path ahead of us as we hold hands along the winding trails. I forgot how peaceful it is here, Andi says. It is a nice getaway from all the chaos. So, I was wondering. Andi seems hesitant. What? Well, are you still not working for your dad? No. Do you know what you're going to do now? Have you heard of an REIT? What's that? It stands for a real estate investment trust. They're similar to mutual funds, allowing people to invest in real estate without having to buy or manage properties themselves. Things like office buildings, apartments, shopping centers, and hotels. It sounds like a wonderful opportunity, but where will you get the money to invest in it? That nurse friend of mine I told you about? He's been doing it on the side for a while. He makes really decent income. He's been sending me regular updates because he's been trying to get me to break away from depending on my father and do my own thing. The money I'm giving toward the resort isn't all I have. Before I invest in an REIT, though, I want to do something more personal first. I'd like to gift Julia the money for her surgery. Whoa. No, that's a lot of money. You've already given too much. How much is a lot of money? $100,000, but done, if it's okay with Julia. That's too much, Devin. No. What would be too much is for her to have to suffer needlessly when I can do something about it. She's your sister. She's precious to you, which means she's also precious to me. Her mouth falls open. I don't know what to say. I hope I'm not imposing or crossing a line. If Julia is okay with me paying for the surgery, I still have a nice chunk of change to work with. The rent, capital gains, and mortgage interests are quite profitable, and that's not just based on my buddy's experience. I did a lot of research on this, but I'll only be putting some towards this new venture if you're on board. If I'm on board? Andi frowns. Why do you need me to agree to it? I stop, and Andi stops too. I stare into her eyes. I hope I get to be with you for a long time, Andi.
And when I say a long time, I mean forever. Her cheeks flush. Forever? Are you proposing? I stuff my hand into my coat pocket. Andi's eyes widen as she turns her gaze downward. My body teeters on pins and needles as I kneel in the snow on one knee and hold up the shiny diamond ring. Andi, will you give me the honor of being my bride? Gold sun rays splash in between branches, lighting up Andi's beautiful sapphire eyes. Dimples crease her lovely cheeks. Yes, I will. The pins and needles fizzle, and I rise to slide the ring onto her finger. Andi holds up her hand, the stone a sparkling rainbow. She throws her arms around me. Being married to you is exactly what I wanted back then, and it's still what I want. She blinks as she releases the hug. How did you do this? I mean, when? We've been together practically every minute. I laugh. It wasn't easy. When you were talking to Luke and Allie, I got permission from your parents. Andi's eyes widen. They know? I grin. Julia helped me pick out the ring this morning. I got back to the cabin just before you awoke. Oh, wow. I'm so happy. Her laugh is light and joyous like the tinkling of Christmas bells. I take Andi's hand and slide it over my heart, which is slowed to a steady drumbeat. I close my eyes, breathing in the vanilla scent of her shampoo, relishing in the warmth of her. Can we get married this Sunday? She says. My eyes flick open. You want to get married on Christmas? She peers up at me, smiling. Right here, where we shared our first kiss. I want our first Christmas as a married couple to be together, because I can't wait for forever to start. Epilogue. Andi. Standing before the minister, Devin holds my hands in his as we continue to exchange our wedding vows late Christmas morning. He's staring tenderly into my eyes in a way that makes me feel like I'm the most cherished woman who's ever lived. A light snowfall is making everything twinkle with Christmas. Even the silk fabric of my A-line dress sparkles like snow. The poinsettia-covered gazebo Devin had delivered arches over us in the large open space just past the forest. Julia is my maid of honor, and Luke is Devin's best man. On such short notice, so many of our friends are here, just under 100 total. Devin looks striking in his royal blue tuxedo, his chestnut hair smoothed back in waves. His mouth is slightly open as if he is in awe of me, and it sends fluttery butterflies into my stomach. I promise to leave a nightlight on every night. Devin grins and everyone laughs. I smirk. And I promise we will only go on amusement park rides that stay on the ground. Another round of laughter ensues. The pastor smiles. Do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do, I breathe. The pastor repeats his remarks to Devin. His eyes shine with happiness. I do. Luke and Julia come forward for the ring exchange. Devin slides the gorgeous diamond onto my finger. The pastor pronounces us as husband and wife and gives Devin permission to kiss me. Devin turns, looking at me almost like he's in shock, his hand frozen in mid-air on mine. You may now kiss your bride, Devin, the pastor says for a second time, and light laughter follows from our guests. He leans in and plants a kiss so soft it feels like a feather tickling my lips. The pastor faces the audience.
I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Pierce." Thunderous applause erupts as we proceed down the petal-covered snow. Bubbles grace our steps as the guests blow through their wands. I giggle as Elena jumps up and down, trying to catch some of the bubbles. Devin gingerly holds the short train of my dress as I slide inside our waiting limo. Our reception is being held inside a banquet hall a few miles down the road. "Hello, Mr. Pierce," I say as we snuggle in the back seat. "Hello, Mrs. Pierce." He gives me a deep, long kiss. I lean my head against his shoulder and sigh. This is the most magical Christmas ever. "It sure is. Have you thought about where you would like to go for our honeymoon?" "Not really. You?" "Not really." We both laugh. I stroke the top of his hand. "I don't care where we go, as long as we're together." "How about Catalina Island, then? You used to tell me how much you always wanted to go." "Really?" He grins. "Really." I throw my arms around him. "Yes, please." I lean back. "Cassie said you live by the beach. I don't even know what my new house looks like." He runs a fingertip along the side of my face. "Now that you'll be there, it will look like a home." At the reception, Devin and I sway to the music, lost in a wintry wonderland. Luke, Allie, and our sisters decorated. Silver crystal hearts on every white tablecloth with red satin swags framing the wide windows. I rest my arms around Devin's neck, sighing. This feels like a real-life fairy tale. Our wedding held at the site of our first kiss, our friends and family here, the magic of Christmas. Devin gazes into my eyes. "The most beautiful woman in the world." I grin. "And the most handsome man in the world." I slide my arms away. "Your mom is coming over." Devin turns. She places her hand over his. "Sweetie, your dad confessed everything to me about you and Andi, from back then and now." She holds up a small envelope. "He wrote you a note." Devin stiffens. "I don't want to have anything to do with him." Thankfully, the other dancing couples are absorbed by the music, which also dims the sound of our voices. "He's contrite," she says. "Mom, he's a talker, a really good talker. That's all." Devin blinks, seemingly unable to move. I lace my fingers through his. The song ends. Devin motions us off the dance floor toward the back where the groom's suite is. His mother peers up at him with a softness in her eyes, still holding out the envelope. "He made a really big mistake. Please, Devin, just read what he has to say." Devin blows out a heavy breath and takes the envelope. "Only for you, Mom." He flicks open the envelope and pulls out a card. His eyes quickly scan the note. His hand shakes, causing something to slip out of the card and onto the floor. Because Devin remains unmoving, I stoop to retrieve the paper. A check. My eyes widen as I hand it to him. Devin gives me the card to read. "Devin, I made decisions out of greed and pride, not out of love. I was terribly wrong for pushing Andi away, for what I did to you, and now what I tried to do to you both and to her family. When I saw the reality of what I had done, how I damaged our relationship as son and father, how my actions threatened your relationship with Andi, how much pain I caused you both, I finally woke up. I'm sickened and disheartened by my actions. I don't deserve your trust, Devin, but I am sorry, to you all, from the bottom of my heart." Andi is the best thing to happen to you. Please accept this money as a token of my apology and enjoy the honeymoon you both deserve. And give this gift to Andi. I hope one day you can both forgive me." I hand the card back to Devin, who is staring at the check with lots of zeros. His mother hands me a small velvet rectangular box. "From Devin's father to you." I slowly open the box and take out a pearl necklace. A small piece of paper accompanies the jewelry. "Dear Andi, this was handed down to me from my mother when Devin turned 18, right before she passed away. She wanted me to give it to the special woman that would win her grandson's heart one day." My heart clenches with warmth as I show Devin. I cup my hand around his waist. "Are you okay?" His expression changes from tense to overwhelmed with surprise as he looks at me. "As long as I have you." I lick the buttercream frosting off Devin's nose as all of our friends and family cheer. We take our seats at the table next to Luke and Julia. As everyone enjoys the chocolate pudding layered cake, Daddy gives a speech. "I don't have much to say, except that this is one of the happiest days of my life. I get to watch my daughter share a future with the best man she could ever have." I tear up as everyone claps. Luke gets up next, raising his apple cider. "To the almost best-looking couple." A chain of laughter ripples across the crowd. "You two are perfect for each other, and we are so glad to celebrate this special day with you. To Devin and Andi." "To Devin and Andi!" everyone shouts. A short while later, we say our goodbyes and wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Luke and Allie are watching Elena take one last sled run across the way as Cassie lingers with us. "Congratulations, you guys. I'm so happy for you." "Thank you." I hug her. I don't think this day can get any better. "Well, at least not for us." Devin looks behind me. Cassie frowns. "What do you mean?" Brandon exits the steak restaurant at the end of the sidewalk. "Is he stalking me?" Cassie shuffles behind me. "Don't move, Andi." I stifle a grin. Brandon looks both ways, getting ready to cross the street when he spots us. He waves and starts heading in our direction instead. "What's he doing?" Cassie whispers from behind me. He's coming this way," I say. She gasps. "Hey guys, you look like all dressed up. Wait a minute, did you just get married?" I can't help it. My grin breaks into an amused smile. "We sure did." He throws out his hand toward Devin. "Congratulations, man." "Thank you, Brandon." He sticks his hands on his hips. "Wow, that is something. Married. Wow." He cocks his head, peering down at the train of my dress. "I think something has stuck to your dress." "Huh?" I turn and accidentally expose Cassie. "Cassie?" Brandon sounds appropriately confused. Cassie exhales as she reluctantly comes forward. "What are you doing here?" He tosses a thumb behind him. "I manage the steakhouse." "Well, you can't be here. This is a private event." He looks genuinely confused. "It's over?" Cassie gawks at him. "A long time ago." Devin leans toward his sister. "He means the wedding." Cassie flushes. Brandon turns to me. "Devin is a great guy. I'm glad you have each other." "Aw, thank you, Brandon," I say. He glances at Cassie. Cassie, could we talk for a minute?" She crosses her arms. "Absolutely not." "Oh." He clears his throat, clearly not expecting that answer. He turns back to us. Well, congratulations again. Thanks, man. Devin shakes his hand. Cassie bites down on words, but I can almost hear the bah humbug trying to escape. Once Brandon is out of earshot, she lets out a loud exhale. I thought he would never leave. Ugh. Devin places a hand on her shoulder. Sis, if you're so over the guy, why does he have you frazzled? Cassie looks taken aback. He does not. I thought we had a future, and he cowered out. No feelings about it, huh? Devin's eyes crinkle at the corners. No. Cassie lightly slaps his arm before stomping off toward her car. We giggle. Glad our drama is over, I say with a grin. A small gust of wind swirls as a sprinkling of snowflakes descends around us. We stare up at the frosted sky. Devin takes my hand. Incredible day to start our new lives together. Inside the limo, after deciding on when to go on the honeymoon, Devin purchases the ferry tickets and reserves our hotel on the island. We'll leave first thing in the morning, back just in time for New Year's Eve with our friends. As the limo driver starts the route to our home, the wind whistles like a caroler who's had a bit too much eggnog. Oh, I turn to my husband, my heart warming at his new role in my life. I didn't get you anything for Christmas. What would you like? Devin lightly rests his hand on my cheek as his dark eyes sparkle. You are the only present I need. Happy wedding day and Merry Christmas. The end. This has been The Merry and Bright Mishap, the New Beginnings series, Book 2, written by Christina Ryan, narrated by Kate Clover. Copyright 2025 by Krista Wagner. Production copyright by Krista Wagner.